the same. Like now that I've gone on client, I'm like, okay, this why didn't I do this sooner? But it was the same thing.
Thank
It
you.
was the
That's
phone,
what I
and
caught
I
too.
also
Fillet
wanted like
usage.
I want
Nice
the
I thought you did that when you
convenience
catch
that
a
new
bass.
users
You
are
fillet
most
it.
likely to have, like which is
Well, I have a good fillet.
legitimately probably going in through their browser. So I didn't want to like have this, super like high performance experience if that's what most people are not going to have. But yeah, now that I've tried it, I figured out how to exit out of it because then I got in and I'm like DMing Rustan like, how do I get out of the client? Like I took a screenshot. I don't even know how to get out. So I'm figuring it out. I'm like bumbling around a little bit. And Argent, I see you came up to speak. Welcome. You've got some really cool stuff out this week. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Because you put out some art for Art Week, and did I see that like this week you've kind of built upon that and continued the narrative, the story?
Hello. Yeah, I was doing today a quick recap on all that is done. Like it's a really short summary and I featured it in my, my gigs because it has been a lot of steps already done, and sometimes it feels like it's lost on time, right? And it's not. It's there and available and enjoyable for everybody. We were talking about this and other things with Sinful yesterday. And well,
Hi.
hi. To summarize, is at the same time that we are having this a space and after and continue by the night, so it's not in need that you go and listen now because it's in a loop right now. I am streaming some of my new tunes called Drive and
Hi.
LP if you want to say. To
LP.
summarize,
If LP works
at the same
anymore,
time
you
that
know?
we are having this to understand better that is a bunch of by the night. So
it's a soundtrack
that you go part of Sonic Planet because it's in a loop
of one
right
of the
now.
chapters
I am
of Sonic
streaming
Planet
some
that is
of my
coming.
new tunes.
When? I don't know. By now
Call it
is
Drive
the music and some stuff is that I can listen right now, but maybe after the summer. If LP works anymore.
So, Arjun,
are you
working on like
continuing like a bigger narrative around this world that
a
you're
bunch
making?
of
I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. And is
it's
it?
a soundtrack.
Yes. Okay, that's so cool. Like my brain right away, maybe
one of
because it's
the
like we went right from game jam into like your world building.
that is
But I can see, I don't know what your plans are, but I
now
can
is
see
the music and
morphing that into some kind of experience here that would be interactive and like, building an entire world out.
on like
Bigger narrative.
So I need your help to make it possible.
And is it?
And
Okay, that's so cool. Like my brain.
so you can share, help me to spread the message and give me some love and support sometimes. Just saying hi is super cool and appreciated for an indie artist like myself. We were talking about that also with Rostan yesterday. And we were talking about also a lot of things related to Decentraland and about the new stuff that are coming that we did not see yet, but I hope we see soon. And maybe Vanessa, you have more insights. We were talking about that also with Rostan yesterday. And
Yeah, I think that I think that what you're
we're
doing is
talking
awesome,
about
and
also
definitely want
a
to
lot
support
of
any way.
things
I think like
related
there's
to
so many talented
Decentraland.
people in the room.
And
I
about
don't
me,
know.
stuff is
I feel
super
like
common that
I just
we
I'm
did
like
not
just learning
see
myself.
yet,
So
but I
with
hope
the
we
talent
see
of
soon.
everybody
And
together, I mean,
maybe
there's definitely something
if you
that
can
can
still
be
have more
done.
insights.
And
We're
I
talking
think just
about
like
that
seeing
also
your
with
passion
Rostan
and
yesterday.
that you started something in Art Week and then you're
And
like coming back to it right now. It just I was like, whoa, that's really
we
cool that you're still
we're
going with
talking
it.
about
So
also
definitely want
a
to
lot
support
of
any
it
way.
started
I think like
earlier.
there's
It
so many
started
talented
the
people in the
the
room.
Decentraland
I
Music
don't know.
Fest. So
Stuff is
imagine.
super common that
I just
I'm
yeah,
like just
that's
learning myself.
that's.
So
But I
amazing. I
hope
mean,
we
I
see
have like
soon.
everybody together.
And
I'm easily
maybe
distracted by shiny
if
things,
you
and
can
so
still have more
I
insights.
have
I
just
think
like seeing your passion and that you started something in Art Week and then you're like coming back to it right now.
creating
It just I was
shiny
like, whoa, that's
things for
really
Canessa
cool
and
what
the
you're still going
rest.
with it. So
Na na na, la la la. You know, it
I
started
love
the
the la la la. I
the
don't know.
Central Music Fest. So
Wink,
imagine.
wink. I just I'm
Yeah,
like just
that's
learning myself.
that's.
So
But I
amazing. I
hope
mean,
we
I have
see
like
soon.
so
I'm
you
easily
said you
distracted by shiny things,
are
and so
waiting or you're thinking of something
I think
after this
just like
summer. Is
seeing
there is
passion
did I hear you
that you
right
started
that
something in
you're
Art Week and then you're like coming back to
work
it.
Creating
that you're
shiny
working on some
things for
iteration that will be ready
Canessa and the
eventually?
rest.
Yes,
Na na
the
na,
chapter
la
three
la la.
of Second Planet.
I love the
Wink,
la la
wink.
la.
Maybe developing some of the characters
So
better
Wink,
imagine.
wink.
and
Yeah,
more of
that's
the Lord also as well.
I mean, I have like
For the people
so you
to
said
follow
you
up
are
the
waiting
full
or you're thinking of
story
something
on an
after
easy
this
way.
summer. Is there
So
is
I'm
did I
looking
hear you
for,
right
well,
that you're
who's the better
work
place to make
that
it
you're working on
easy
some
to follow
iteration that will
all
be
the
ready
And the
narrative
eventually?
and all the
rest.
things that
Na na
has
na,
been
la la
done?
la.
Because
Second
actually you
Planet.
can still log
Wink,
in
wink.
maybe developing some and go see the
Wink,
Decentraland
wink.
Music Fest from last year
Yeah.
and go to my booth. So you
I mean,
still can enjoy that.
so you
And
said
also
or
the
you're
Mesh
thinking
Fair.
of something after this summer. Is
Also,
there
it's impressive that with the Decentraland that you can
work
do it
that you're working on some
in other
iteration that will be
places
ready
that would
eventually?
just, be gone
Has been
already.
done.
Because actually you can still log in
So I
after
could
the fair
I
and
could see
go
that being
see the
something very
Decentraland
cool that
Music
like
Fest from
the
last year and
user
go to
has
my
to
booth.
like
So you
go
still
through
can
those
enjoy
areas
that.
is like a
And also
longitudinal way of
the
experiencing it.
Mesh
Like
Fair.
they're experiencing something from
Also,
Music
it's
Fest
impressive that
2023
with the
and then Mesh
Decentraland
Fair
that you can do it
2024 and then
in other
what you're
places
creating
that
now.
would
Like that has a
just,
really cool potential.
be
I think like
gone already.
when
Because
Decentraland
actually you
leaves
can
those
still log
builds up and
in
doesn't
after the
yeah,
fair.
when
And
we
I
can
can
go
see
and
that being
attune to them,
something
it's
very cool
a
that
lot of cool
with
potential just
from
of
last
like
year and go to my booth.
building
So you still can enjoy
your
that.
project into those
And
builds as if
also
with the intent like knowing that it's
the
going to be
Mesh
there
Fair.
in
Also,
6 months or
it's
12 months from now, and it keeps people
2023
like
and
returning
then
to
Mesh
them
Fair
to get little
2024 and
pieces of the story. That would be
what
really
you're
cool if you
creating
put
now. Like
Easter eggs
that's
in
really
there
cool
that
potential.
they can come back a year from now and be like, oh my gosh, I looked at that thing the whole time I was there and I never realized it would have utility 9 months from now or
Yeah.
something.
We talk a lot about that in other spaces, no? About that, about the turning out or of the digital preservation of memories, right? So to me, it was very, very cool to realize that. Oh yeah, I was doing that for a festival that is just a week or 2 weeks or something like that, but it stays for longer and after that. And I wish and encourage to people to still visit those places because what they need sometimes is just for the people to know that they still exist and that people can go and enjoy again a lot of the things that we have done in the Centraland, which is super important. It's to me, I see it as a way to preserve the digital culture, which is a very, very fragile culture, since it depends on servers, it depends on a lot of things, right? So we have the Centraland that it can help us to do that on a decentralized way, and it's awesome, you know.
That, yeah, that really brings up like like the topic of just like preservation, historical preservation in the digital landscape, like because everything is, it's different than the real world, where if you have a, you know, a 200-year-old house and you take it down, well, like there's actually maybe not 200-year-old house had a foundation, but like if you have a house and you tear it down, you're going to have remnants of that foundation. Or if you do a, if you add on, you know, you add on like a master bedroom, you're going to have the old version and the new version. And you know, Decentraland's so different, like when you put in a new scene, that old one is just gone. And like a lot of the first scenes I worked on, they're on a computer that I can't I can't access. So if anybody knows how to like help me like get around passwords that I forget, um, you know, so like people lose their original builds too. And so I think it would be really cool just to spend time like investing time in like preserving these old, like older builds, you know, the different music fests, but also just the
Yeah,
original builds that came along.
at least the ones with a certain value on an historical, like art things and fashion things that happen, and some important moments of the history of the people that is enjoying the Central Land and that is living the Central Land, not only as a is something that you do more, but also as a part of their life experience in general.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the amount of plazas we have, it seems like it's reasonable to like rotate them out, like maybe in a, you know, clockwise fashion, where you know that like the music fest stays, well actually music is over, yeah. So like leaving the art week one up until so many festivals go by that you have to like replace it and you know, flip it out. um but I like it. I like that there have been some left there. There was one about I don't know who built it, but it was the heart of the sea. It was that like literal concrete heart that they dropped into the Caribbean, I think for Art Basel, and then they had a counterpart in one of the plazas here on the east side of the map. And they've switched it out, and I always loved going there, and I missed that one. So then you're like, oh, I want that one to come back. Like that one was so cool.
Yeah, at least for the people that is doing it, the creators, the mastermind, that if you want to say, that is doing that, to have the option of delete and be gone as an exercise for the soul of letting go. We were talking about, for example, Rastan's art type is this kind of art sometimes, and in which is mandalas, is this kind of art also as well. But it's also good to have the opportunity to actually preserve it. And my project Sonic Planet is talks a little about this preservation. It's not only the digital preservation, but also the bio digital preservation. It goes a step beyond, because in theory it's in the future and in a parallel world that you access through a portal. So it has a lot of subjects related to transhumanism and cybernetics, and of course the evolution of the AI, and the preservation of environments, being these environments digital, biological, or a mix between. And with the environments it comes the culture, but also the all what we can understand that lives into an environment. That, for example, an environment is a city. is a forest, is a Mars. It's its own environment, you know. So at the same time, it's global, no. So from the micro to the macro, and make it on a way that we can understand, and that is important to preserve all these things and take good care of them, especially if they are things that are positive for not only us but for the rest of uh, seres vivos, alive beings, you know.
Oops, Arjun, are you
Yeah.
still speaking? Oh, I didn't know if there was a pause
I
because
just
you're
shut that.
okay.
But then I remember
I was
maybe I
paused.
have to finish it, you know. And of
I've
course
been
I'm used
rugging
to
so much, so I'm like so gun
sorry.
shy. No.
I was thinking maybe I need to finish that. And one of the things is that I am using also as well is music as part of the project, because dance and music has been demonstrated at neurological level that it helps a lot against depression, chronic pain, a lot of it promotes the well-being of a person and the health, but not only the person, also, you know, in plants and animals it has a similar effect, which is very, very important to have in mind. And with this, I finish.
Well, thank
I'm happy. Oh, sorry,
no, go for
Vanessa.
it.
I'm happy you brought up the music. Because just yesterday we were just talking about like how like I was sitting over here like from a content creator point of view, I wish I could DJ or make music or produce my own sounds and stuff like that, because like the more I make videos, the more I'm realizing that I need to bring audio into, or like gain some audio skills. And shout out to Arjun. She shared some of her music with me. She emailed me some wave files and said it was okay for me to use on future content. So just wanted to throw some flowers that way.
Gracias, gracias. I'm happy that people enjoy my music. Yeah, in the at my art installations and so on. And I hope to achieve with that that all people is a bit more happy, at least, you know, or at least a bit more thought about and more conscious about it.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, your your build for 2020 for the music festival, that was kind of like an audio like a audio visual experience. Like your build was like one big animation, while you I think it may have been like the debut, like you first started sharing your music back that or that song or that those tracks on at that festival.
Correct, correct. I was very shy, and I am still shy, you know, for promote my things. And one of those, I have, you know, I have studied music and so on because I have been choreographer for a long time. But I was always having the line of, yeah, I'm a dancer, not a musician, but I was doing my own music also as well for my own things. So because as you, when you do content and it's digital content or performing content in real life, wherever, you need music or sound. It's very, very important. And And with that in mind, I was putting myself like a stop, and I was not. I was making music, but I was not sharing it. You know, it was like a hobbyish kind of thing until it came the last year. It took me a lot of years to realize that, yeah, I also I, I also can do music that other people enjoy and like, and I would like to hear more. So it was a little bit like, for me, shyness is a bad thing, for that things. But I'm happy that, yeah, I'm happy that the result, as with the art installation, that it was like a giant jukebox music, a box, but not in a regular music box shape. It was already an art installation. Help me to bypass my own fear with and shyness uh, with that with with the music, with that of sharing my music.
Well, I'm happy you opened up. And like you sharing this in a way, like anyone that has seen you over the time over all this time in Decentraland kind of um I would imagine it would give like any person like the like we've been on this journey with you, from starting from like not wanting to share too much of your music to like just getting out there, just making friends and sharing your music, because I mean that's what this space is about, really. It's about being creative and sharing what you got.
Also, you have to find the correct space for to do that. You need to be safe, in a safe environment. And to me, this community is a safe environment. It's super important. See, make it is giving me the right, because he knows. He also heard some of my music, and and it's super important that we have in mind that we're not only products. Sometimes we feel around, especially in digitalized environments like, social media, that all is fast food thing. So we are products, we are brands, we are products. And no, I'm a real person. I want to interact with other real person and know their feelings, and know if their stories behind them, because that inspires me at the same time for to do what I do, which is very important.
Exactly, exactly. So I'm gonna jump in and just a quick reminder for everyone: make sure to like and retweet the room, tell your friends that we're here, and let's fill up this space. And I want to pass it over to Yolantis. I just noticed that Yolantis is like right next to me up here in the speaker panel. You
Oh,
did you creep up on
how did
her?
I get to be a speaker? I didn't even know. Well, hey there. I'm in my basement
She
cleaning
stepped
up.
up on herself.
I told you in DCL that I had so many chores to do, so I'm going through old DVDs. I need to sort and sift through the old things. Do you know, like, how many DVDs a person has collected and never gotten rid of? And now I'm hard pressed to even remember where in the world is my DVD player, because even my computer, my Mac, doesn't have a DVD slot anymore. So I have to have an external drive to put a DVD in the computer. Isn't that the way?
Are we really in the era where where like discs, DVDs are becoming obsolete?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember like when that was the newest thing.
In my computers, neither of them has a DVD player. I had to purchase one external in order to use them. So imagine.
Yeah, the newer MacBook laptops don't even have a USB drive. I had to have an adapter to be able to plug in my wired keyboard and mouse.
So Yolantis, what
Oh
I
my goodness. So I had fun this morning and the last 3 days going around collecting the wearables and the emotes, and I'm super impressed by what everybody has done. And you all might know I'm not a gamer, so I haven't even gone to the other third-party people's websites to try to game because I don't have that kind of like dexterity. I didn't grow up playing Nintendo or anything, but my children did, and so I just have fun hearing you have fun with it.
I'm happy. At least I'm happy that you're at least here, and you shared your experience. By any chance, do you hear Kanessa? Kanessa talk?
test test test.
No, I
Did you
saw
hear
the
Kanessa?
waveform moving, but I don't hear her.
I
Oh, okay, okay.
Maybe I can translate the message. My thought was like when you go
I
through
can see
your
that her waveform. Maybe try to go mute and unmute, Kanessa.
okay.
Or
I can
or
hear her.
Yolantis,
I can hear.
what you can or you
Yes,
can't?
I can hear Canessa.
Okay. Okay. Yolantis, could you close the Twitter app, like exit out of the space, close the Twitter app and reboot it back up and we'll get you up here?
Me? Okay, well, I was talking, but I'll go. Bye.
No, it's because since Kanessa can't hear you, uh, it'll be for everyone can
Tell her to come
everyone
Oh,
back.
could
I
enjoy.
didn't understand that was the problem. Okay, see you.
I hope she didn't think I was kicking her out.
Maybe oh no. Yeah, I think who knows. I think so. Maybe
I think she was not hearing part of the message, so she only heard that maybe it was not her. So I don't know. So maybe better DM her. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. Oh no, 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 she's coming back. Let's go. All right,
Okay.
Yolantis is back. Can you hear Kanessa now?
test test. Can you hear me?
Yes, confirmed.
Yay! Okay, sorry about that.
Yay. Okay.
I
I was so worried that you thought I was kicking you out of the space. I was just about to run to your DMs.
No, that's okay. So, yeah, Canessa, I was just saying that DVDs have gone the way of the dodo, but I still want to have them. It's so hard to let go of old attachments. It's like, yes, I bought the Avatar set, the Blue Planet set, the Butterfly Effect, the X-Men set, the Harry Potter set, what the bleep down the rabbit hole set, and I'm like, I'm keeping some of these, and some of them I don't care about. Um, but it's almost like, okay, in the event that power is out, you have to like guess, so in what event would I go find a DVD player to watch these?
so Yolanta, that was gonna be my question. Is like how like if you imagine like getting rid of some, but then the ones that you're just like, no, I can't get rid of because I have a box up in my attic that is VHS videos that like I still couldn't bear to throw out because those are like those were like my movies then. So I wonder like how do you are you gonna end up with like your little collection of the
Yeah,
DVDs that you just can't get rid of?
because
And those must
they
be
have
good.
the bloopers. I really loved those bloopers, outtakes, interviews, and extras and bonuses on those DVDs that you wouldn't get. I remember the time when Netflix phased out the extras on the Netflix Redbox or whatever. Yeah, the Redbox machines, the vending machines. There was a time when that's all I got the movie for, was to watch the interviews at the end. But then they disabled that. So anyway, yeah, we're sorting. So I'm super enthused to go back to community building. Last night, I stayed up and built a metaverse page on my website, and I was taking the screenshots from my birthday party in Decentraland and writing my story of how I made the wearable. And made the art for the shirt, Laugh Now, Cry Later. And I documented it all on my website. So now I feel that much like tighter on storytelling because I've got pages for NFTs and art, and I've got a page for accessibility. And I hadn't had a page for Metaverse because I want to make more of those. If I can get a grip on learning Blender, like CJ was saying, I'd love to make more.
I hear that again and again. MetaWolf was just on site, and like 5 minutes ago, he was like, "I gotta learn Blender," and it's 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 like that's everybody's got gotta like they get to a point where they're like, "I gotta learn Blender," and I don't know how to make it easier, for people to kind of get that like the basic skills that you kind of need to get to that next level. But
Well,
that's
Skillshare. I got to sit down and watch my Skillshare courses that I've bought. That it comes down to that. There's there's Udemy, there's Skillshare. There's a lot of platforms that give you the basics.
okay. What is that? Is that like that sounds? I have not heard of it.
Oh, okay. So those are one of two learning platforms where you just choose the genre you want to learn about, and you pick a course. And you might pay an annual fee to get access to all the courses, or you might pay for the course itself, or it might be a combination. Like there's a joining fee, and then you pay for the classes. So it's learning on demand at will.
Ooh, I'm checking it out. There is animation classes.
Yeah.
Anyway, I recommend for all the people that starts in Blender and in game design, especially to just check out the Blender Foundation videos about
Yeah.
because they are awesome. And also in the Blender Foundation studio, they have for example, on animation, on a lot of things. But and sometimes we complicate ourselves in going through these online courses on three-party people and so on, instead of going to the ones that already are really, really good and they are up to date from the source. And in this case, is is you don't pay anything. So, or
That's a good
if you
tip,
want,
Arjun.
yeah, yeah, or if you want to donate to the Blender Foundation, you donate, and you can get more freebies if you want, or a bit of more content on something like that. But it's a way also to move a little bit away from three-party pages that maybe can pay or not quite well to the developers of the courses. Telling this because I know a couple of teachers that they don't repeat in sometimes in these experiences if they are in 3D, because 3D moves super fast and mm, it's not enough, it's like it does it's not paying enough the worth in order to redo all an entire course for. So if you want to be up to date, and it's better sometimes to go or start at least by the source.
Yeah, I will. I do that with Daz 3D as well. However, what I find with DAZ 3D, which is a character building 3D, like sort of basics beginners software. The people who are doing the recording seem to be also the engineers who have built the back end. So they are using language that a beginner wouldn't understand. That's one reason I turned to a learning management software, like specially, so that I can find somebody who speaks more clearly to beginners. Because I found, like, on DAZ 3D's tutorials, he'll be like, all you got to do is click right here. And there's a lot of inference with that.
Yeah.
Those are like the words of death for a beginner. All you have to
Yeah.
do, says the expert, and it's like they.
And where is the fucking button?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I know the feeling. I know that is a common problem that a lot of softwares has, and it's a pity, But at least in the Blender Foundation, they have this course that is very, very easy for beginners to have the first steps on very, very easy way, which is also very short. Also, it's important to say that they are short, right?
Well, and I think it's nice that we can ask people like questions within. I mean, Argent, you helped so much last year, like for the CBD birthday, and just I see you answering questions for people in the CBD Discord. And it's like questions I don't have the answers for. So it's so nice just to know that like somebody can come and at least get past like a little hurdle. Like I always say, like a speed bump for you might be like a brick wall for me, and it because I'm learning, but I'm not quite at that level. So I think it's really nice just to see that like our community members are so willing to help each other like get past those little bumps or put them in touch with resources that help them. I know YouTube has a lot of really good stuff. It's just some of our brains work better with like a linear path, kind of like what I'm seeing here, Yolantis, on what is the name that you just told me? I like Skillshare. Like I could see how that would be useful just because it's like there's a path, and some people that just they learn better when it's structured and it's just leading them right along.
It's true. That's why it says it's not bad, these platforms. On the contrary, they are good, but sometimes they get updated very quick. This is the way that, for example, Unity, if you want to learn Unity, they are doing it. They are doing in this super easy on chunks, very beautiful, organized, very easy to understand. Also steps most of the times for the people to go and achieve also metas. How do you say metas? Goals, So, for example, if you pass the introduction, that is a series of videos and exercises that you have to do, and a little exam or test exam to know if you understood or not well. They give you a little medal, like a little prize for you to be happy that you at least you can demonstrate. And with that, you can also brag to others saying, oh yeah, I have this, I have been done this, and I have been successfully doing this, so it's also a way to demonstrate that that knowledge. But in very few places of the softwares, I see that they do or develop this kind of training, which is a pity.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'm really glad that you shared these, like that site, Yolantis. I'm just checking it out. It's got a lot of good things to look through. Like I know my learning style is just I get way too distracted, and so I feel like I need something. I need, like you said, badges or something. Like I need, like when you're in college, you're paying for it, and so that's a good incentive to not fail. That was incentive enough, but like I don't know, I get distracted, and so taking like watching things on YouTube. I mean, it's been helpful enough, but I don't know. I still struggle.
Because it's too much, right? And if you have to start, is where I start, it's very, 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 and I am like you for that. I need some reinforcement, in order the things, because if not, when you are a curious person, that you have a lot of curiosities to investigate and to learn, and that you want to learn, it's easy to get very, 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 very distracted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was a special ed teacher for 10 years. Like I understand like all the characteristics that are in ADD, ADHD, and I'm like pretty sure I could walk into, some clinic and probably get some help for that like, ping 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 like I it's not that I don't focus, I just focus on everything all at once. So I'll be watching a tutorial and honestly most of them just don't move fast enough to like, they're I'm learning, but it's almost like it's got to move faster or I just can't stay engaged. But then I move too fast and then something breaks and I'm like, okay, I don't know what broke. Like so these are personal issues definitely, but like I guess I'm more hands-on. I'd rather get in and break stuff and then figure out what did I break. And that's been really great because I've found, cool different things that was able to put to use because I just explored and did it on my own and didn't know what I was doing, but came up with like cool new effects and stuff like that. So I think, I think maybe having like a baseline of understanding and then that gets you started and gets you in there like I don't know, but I love experimenting, especially animating in Blender. Animating is so fun. Like the emotes are awesome, but you've got to work with rigging, but animating, not emote animating, but like regular Blender shapes is like I just get lost in it and then 5 hours goes
Well,
away and don't know
you
where I got.
did amazing on the building last year for the birthday. It was awesome, and I was very surprised that sometimes it's um that we don't have it's like when you have a bunch of you're hungry, but you have a bunch of cakes in front of you, and you don't have only one, you have like a lot of them, even when, and you also like to create your own cakes, so it's a little bit, what's something that it works for me and that I like, when I can, is break my mind with other creators fix something, or go through something that is not yet done, but we think that we can do it and make it, So that's as important, Canessa, because you have that also as well.
Well, I think it's inspiring when I see other people doing stuff and like starting out with very limited skills and then like coming out and putting stuff together and creating a scene like the game jam. I think that was awesome because I remember when like if I remember correctly, Vroomway was like it was like a race that they literally started with just like running from one point on a road to the next. That was like I just remember Nikki Fuego doing that, and then from there, it's turned into what it is today. So like seeing other people succeed and like push their limits, then you're like, okay, I, I should get I if I would have started 2 years ago, where would I be today? But it's inspiring because you see people like pushing the boundaries, and I think more than being successful, I freaking love watching other people succeed. I love like I don't know. Sometimes I'm fascinated with like how did you guys do this? Like you're I like seeing people succeed. Like, I don't know. I was worked with like job coaching before this, so I think there's just this intrinsic happiness when other people reach their goals. I'm like, doggone it, your vocational skills are getting so good. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was hearing us as well, and it was, ¿cómo se dice? Inspiring. It's inspiring. I see a lot of the people in here in the audience, and I'm marveled with their talent. And how they are growing through in time. Even people that started without knowing anything related to animation or doing fashion clothes or doing art in 3D, and in a metaverse platform. So it's very, very important to really applaud all of you for being able to go and through the process that is not an easy process and achieve it.
So taking like what we're saying and thinking about Decentraland and moving forward, like I mean it is wonderful to see the progress with each other, but like we still have a lot of work to do to to continue building whatever projects we're working on ourselves, but also like as new people come into the ecosystem, and like there's a lot of challenges that we face that we take for granted, like we don't even think about it. Just okay, rave mode. Okay, well don't yeah, just get onto the client or opera, but like it's it's difficult to see new people struggle with some of those things, and to continue to try to like um not remain positive, but just remain realistic of like the challenges that they're going to face to build. If somebody gets a one piece parcel and they want to, put a giant skyscraper in with skills, not like Blender skills or SDK skills, like that's going to be a serious challenge. So I think that you almost have a certain skill set to feel this comfortable to be like positive. But I think for new users coming in, there's still a lot of like the door slams in their face as they realize like, nope, I can't put more than 10,000 triangles. Oh, I can't stream easily without putting a stream key. Like, oh, I can't deploy, I've got to use the client. So there's a lot that we still, I think, have to like overcome to get this to where new users are going to just be able to kind of pop in and have a really smooth experience to the point where they're going to want to stay and not just get discouraged.
I was jumping today also to ask you about those things and insights that you had when you were in Argentina.
Double fat fisted the mic. Yeah, I mean the client is amazing. Like for anybody that got to test it out, for me the biggest thing was the wind. Like just sitting there and the wind is going through the trees and through the grass. Like that literally brings the landscape to life. The other big thing is the landscape, like the hills. So if you're the bigger the estate, the higher the hills are. So like my property where we're at, the CBD, to the right of that is the largest unobstructed estate. It's Medicovan's estate. So that one, I was like, all right, I'm running through this one because I got to see what it looks like. So it actually, you can hide like the first thing I think of is you can hide like Fortnite. Like, okay, I would totally hide here and just snipe people. Anyway, let my intrusive thoughts win. So there's like hills, so that's totally different than decentral. Like, why didn't we have hills 5 years ago? Why wasn't that in the darn white paper? But anyway, we have hills, and then the shaders are all completely improved. So even just the way that the avatar looks is better. Um, I interpreted one part is that we would have the ability to put metallics in wearables, but then somebody last night was like, well, we already can. So I gotta let somebody smarter in wearable creation like figure that out or like explain that, because everybody was excited to when it came on the slide, like, ooh, um yeah, that's out of my pay grade. And yeah, just the performance, like that's going to be the biggest thing. I think there's a good comparison of the Avatar running side by side, like how and it has to do with how the scene is loaded. Like right when you run through Decentraland right now, it has to load as you're running, and this one it's all going to be preloaded, so you can just run without having to pause, and then all of a sudden you see the next row of buildings pop up, and then you run a little bit more and it pauses, and the next row of buildings pop up, and then also it's going to render far into the distance, which is I think pretty huge. So build high build height. If you have your scene, like build high, because now I think people are going to be able to see, like I'm just thinking like Vroomway, if you put a giant freaking like beacon up there, people are going to see that from a long ways and come figure out what that is. I mean, somebody should put like the Eiffel Tower or something with like a lighthouse light, like circling. um those are my takeaways. I think there were other things that they hinted that they're going to put in the next iteration, but that those like ways to travel. But those are like the big takeaways. I think everybody's going to remember things, differently, though. Those are the ones that pop out in my mind. I think there's got to be more.
What about water?
Yes, there's water around it. I've heard, like there is. I'm not sure if it's going to stay or like, I don't know. I talked to one dev and they're like, for now, that's the plan, is that there's going to be water around it. So yeah, there's an ocean, the water, the waves move. It's beautiful. Yeah, I still wish there was water in world. That would be really cool too. Oops, I'm like fumbling this mic. There is like you can listen to everything. It is on YouTube, so you can just listen to what they're saying, because it is kind of confusing. There were two different sessions. There was one talking just about the client, and then a different one where they talk about like future upgrades that might happen. And so some of it in my brain, I'm like, okay, this is like, make sure this is like what's really coming now. Because in the future, they had this the really cool thing about like double jump, gliders, swimming, but that is not coming in the alpha client. That's later. And Ozzy, good to see you, man.
Hello. How are things? Yeah, I guess I
Good to see you.
just had to. Like, you're talking about someone needs to put an Eiffel Tower in their scene, and I mean, did you not go see that bumper car um, um, submission I had for the game jam, in which I actually have an Eiffel Tower and everything? It's I don't know. It seems like sometimes you're asking for things that are already there, and it's really strange. Yeah, I have the Eiffel Tower in my scene. You know that, right? I mean, obviously not, because you say someone should put that, but I'm strange.
I
People know
was
this,
just
right?
okay. I was just like saying, people should build high on their land, like
Right.
build
I don't
something
know.
high
I'm
up
just,
in
I'm
the
just really
sky.
puzzled. Yeah, where to start? There's just one other thing that caught my attention. Um, but I guess I'll just get back to it if it gets back to me. Yeah, I'm working right now on Unreal Engine view of the game Jam, where you can actually see all the scenes in the game Jam. So it's very exciting that this new client is coming out, but I'm too impatient to wait. I already want to see Decentraland from far away, so I've already been gobbling stuff in the Unreal Engine. And one thing I've been thinking of is finding a way to have the what I'm doing in Unreal Engine, all the blueprint programming. It's very interesting. How I mean, I think from an engineer's point of view, how it just gets strung with cables instead of text. So I don't know if people are interested in that. I should try to do that because that will also be an incentive. This is one thing I could have been done days ago, but
So are you considering
what is
like
the meaning of life and everything is something that's always been on my mind, especially lately and everything. So that's just this one thing that would help me um, stay focused on what it is I'm trying to achieve is just casting it indeed and having people see me do the blueprint programming and everything. I have other things that I could display, like people like to display their game performances, and I'm not so bad at some of the games, so that's something I could do. But there's also some. Yeah, I'm looking for someone who can give music lessons for like kind of scat singing. That's also something that I think I should look into. All sorts of stuff. So I'm not very responsive. Like a lot of conversations I should be continuing. Like I'm not doing, but I'm there. I'm still here. I'm doing stuff.
don't you wish that there were more than 24 hours in a day so you could just like hunt down
Oh
all
yeah.
of these ideas and just build them and finish them out?
Or like temporarily clone more of yourself. Um,
Yeah.
but I guess that's called hiring. I really should start looking into like taking management lessons and stuff like that.
So are you going to fork Decentraland and build it out on Unreal Engine?
The thing is, it's already built. Decentraland is already out there. It's in IPFS. It's like people have put their blueprints of what the scene is supposed to look like with the GLBs, which is a free open source format, and JavaScript code that describes how the logic in the scene is supposed to run and everything. So the answer is not really. I mean, I can build an interface that I do. I mean, I do intend to continue building this flight simulator interface. That all it does right now, like I've actually preloaded the pre-downloaded the information so it can be processed, and like the colliders that are in the GLBs for Unity, they're kind of a problem because there's no automatic way to not have them display. So I had to process that and all kind of stuff. So it's not straightforward, but yeah, it's yeah. I'm not actually reforging anything. All I'm reforging is just the view, the glasses that are used to see what's in Decentraland.
Well, that is cool. I mean, I just don't know how I would access Decentraland on Unreal Engine. That's like I said, that's way out of my pay grade, and you bring it up a lot. So I was just wondering if that was something you were going to actually work on. I know there's the Godot team and the Unity that it's built on now. So I think it would be beneficial to have it on every platform. Like, what if we did that and found out that one engine works, far superior than the others and offers like way more utility. Even like 5 years from now, like there might be, they might have utility that outcompetes each other. So I don't. I like. I think. I wish. I think it'd be cool if we had teams working on everything.
Right. The Unreal Engine is built with C++, so that's pretty much memory management is all there. Like all the memory stuff that problems happen with Unity, it's very much under control with the Unreal Engine. So that's one main reason to go for that. Um, and so ultimately, yeah, I've been basically simply pulling off the GLBs and not even parsing the JavaScript logic in order and so I don't have any code to connect to the login system. Like there's no NMAX connection temp, whatever. It's just like pure eyeglass right now. So in order to get it to connect to the servers, in order to get to interact, now that's a hell of a lot more work than just what I've done so far. So there's that. Um, um, making the avatar slide and all that. That's part of a dynamic. That is actually the forging of extra stuff on top of Decentraland, because this is not like pure Decentraland spec stuff. Like the avatars are able to slide on that. So this is like an example of what extra stuff people can add to Decentraland, in a sense. I'd say, but the yeah, the whole infrastructure is a whole other ballgame.
Definitely. Well, I'm glad that we have people with all different skill set and backgrounds working on it.
Ultimately, the wearable market is why I think there's a reason for, like, a financial reason, in a sense, like a pay to bill reasons to stay, and in order for the wearable market to be worth anything, there need to be users coming to Decentraland. Or for users to come to Decentraland, we need to wow them, and so that's why I'm making this flight simulator.
Yep, I think so. I think that they're like, we need a lot more stuff in Decentraland, and that's like a whole bag of worms to unpack there. With like, we need to create more stuff. Um, Takes money to
Yeah,
create
and
stuff. Like it. People love working for free, but eventually they need to eat food, and you can't just work full time without having, like it's all connected, it's all related, and I think that sometimes that's where the disappointment comes, when we have like unrealistic expectations of like, hey, I want to quit my day job and be a web3 wearable creator and survive off of that. Like that's I just don't think we're there yet, and I think, yeah, there's a lot to unpack there with creativity, paying for that creativity. Whole lot to.
yeah, if we can do the job we love, then that's the reason to stay. But it has to work, of course. And so that's another thing. I've once again had issues getting my vision for the bumper cars out because of the underlying issues with the SDK. So I couldn't stay in my arts mode. I had to go into engineering mode, and then so now I've been looking into, like, just writing my own bare bones, very lightweight version of SDK, seeing the pure things that it does to communicate with the engine, and like all the extra libraries I add on top of it. I call another library to do the extra stuff that could be that is processing for yet another library to do after that, instead of just doing the basic operation straight away in the first place. And so that's also something I've been looking to. And if yeah, because that's the one thing that makes the TypeScript coders run away from Decentraland, is that they're usually good at coding, but then stuff they do breaks. It's a horrible experience. So that's one thing I think I can help with.
Well, like I said, I'm glad you have the expertise, because there's out of my wheelhouse, above my pay grade. I don't understand it. I'm slowly learning, but I think it's, like I said, only 24 hours in a day. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You can't buy more time. We all get 24 hours, and so like for me, just I have to be realistic. Like, am I going to spend enough time and energy to learn how to like be a computer coder, or do I want to spend that time and energy into like learning deeper animation and blender skills? And so I think that's where having a team comes in play, where one person doesn't have to learn all that. Like, one person can be the blender guru, one person can be the coder, one person can understand game mechanics and the psychology behind it. And I think that's probably the most effective way to like make stuff come together and happen. And that awkward pause is brought to you by. I think we
Yeah.
usually like bring the awkward pause by Dr. Drip, and I do want to say I had to buy Dr. Drip stuff today because he's got the like,
Keep an eye out.
palm wings.
Keep an eye out for Dr. Drip right now. He coming in hot into that wearable market, where he's dropping something nice.
I gotta admit how nice it is to see some wearables being published. Like I don't know, it's like yeah, it's been a hot minute. I mean, my wallet has loved not having as many wearables being published. Thank you everybody for not publishing stuff, but yeah, it's like whoa, new stuff. This is cool.
Oh,
Not.
I just realized Yolantis is gone. I was gonna ask her about her exhibition on Sunday. It was the coolest thing. My guest on Beyond the NFT, Longshot, was he lives in Denver, and so does Yolantis. So like live, Yolantis is like, "You're invited to my exhibition Sunday."
That's cool. I wish some of us weren't so far away from like this cool stuff in the world. Like Colorado is probably the closest cool like NFT place to me. Maybe California is closer, and it's like 1,000 miles away.
I mean, we have so much technology. We have all this Web3 stuff. So why don't we like just for real quick, like divert all attentions to building a teleporter, the world's first teleporter. We just need to figure out that pesky quantum particle, pesky quantum particle physics. That's all. We can do
Maybe
it.
that's
We could even invent some words on the way.
yeah, like maybe that's what this is all leading towards is we're just going to become these, super innovative people that eventually somebody really like smart with like the biomedical field comes in, and then we just like anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah, same here. I've been playing too many survival games. I bought this game for like $2 recently, and it's like a overhead like city management game. It's like the context is like it's called Frostpunk. Context is like that's the last city on Earth, and because like the Earth got cold, and every day it's getting colder, so you just have to survive for as long as possible. And there's like some pretty gruesome things in there, like you can make laws to like for like child labor and stuff like that, and I'm over here like no child labor, and then everyone else dies.
I,
I've been making these hard decisions,
That
Canessa, in the
yeah,
background. I'm
that
sorry.
that sounds good. I mean, yeah, I, I'll shut up. I won't.
the human
I could
condition.
say something, but then everybody's gonna be like, "Oh my god, you're horrible." Yeah.
Th- There's also like options like in a law like where like you could like either choose to like what you do with your dead, like either leave it there or like have burials for them or cemetery for them. If you choose the cemetery, it uses more resources.
Wow. As like a psychologist would have a heyday with that. Wow.
So,
Yeah.
so
I'm like make over here making every bad decision because like I'm like trying to be as moral as possible, but everyone's like dying of like amputations and gangrene and frostbite. It's horrible.
I used to love playing that plague game. It was pre-COVID, and you had to like
Yes.
infect the world, but I could never infect the world with like bad diseases. So I'd name mine like happiness. So then it would be like, Africa has succumbed to happiness, and then like eventually at the end, like the entire world has been infected with happiness. But then COVID came out, and I was like, oh shit, like
The game became
oh
way too
yeah, yeah,
relevant once COVID came
yeah.
around.
then actually though, like it's the hard game to win, and so like you get an idea of how COVID might not actually be so successful in the end.
The world is like definitely played Plague Inc. during 2020, like actual. Like, oh god, like I was like remembering like even back in 2020 when like governments were like closing down and like locking down, I was like thinking, isn't that like a one of the things that happens in the game? Like Sweden locked down. Sweden's government collapses. Thank God we didn't reach that part.
My friends and I were like, my friend is like, if you need weapons, I can be at your house in 10 minutes. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. I got the food. I'll bring the seeds so I can be the farmer of the new settlement.
Yeah, yeah, we don't need weapons. I'll farm. I'll farm.
No, we're bringing the weapons and I'm going to farm. Like, yeah. We should make a game like that in Decentraland. Like, you have to farm. Oh my gosh. No. Never mind.
You have to make decisions.
We don't need any more strife. I think we have it. It's called the. Oh, never mind.
We went down a rabbit hole here with our six games, and Maki over here is making a big mess with her water and oh. So let's see. We've been going for about hour 18 minutes. We have had some pretty good conversations so far. If anyone wants to come up to speak, just make sure to hit that request button. And definitely make sure to like and retweet the room, and let's get some more people in here. Um, so Kanessa, what was your favorite game jam game? Have we covered this yet today? And I
I
just
don't
blanked.
think we have. I love being in a donut. So Vroomway has my like love for being in a donut. Obviously, a KJ Walker last room, like putting when pigs fly together. I love that one. But I think strategically, I love the city game where you have to like move the feet tiles to like put it in the right place. Thought I had it, and then I had to go back. I don't know that one. That one was I went back like a few times and played it, but um, yeah, that probably that one. I think that one was pretty cool.
Nice, nice. Uh, let's see. Definitely. I can say I spent like maybe 30% of my game jam time at at When Pigs Fly, and yeah, I love that game. It's so beautiful. It's so awesome to hang out around it. I love the little piggies. Um, but yeah, let's see. It's to a not even close second place. I'm sorry to the creator, but it's just that When Pigs Fly is so that great. Um, to me, um, the hockey game was pretty cool. I thought it was it's for something that like is like just a simple hockey game. Like I really liked that they kind of like thought about everything. Like let's say like the banking the puck off the walls and stuff like that. Like they you could actually bank them, and it was and it wasn't all like laggy and stuff when it came to the obstacles trying to get in the way, not letting you get the puck in. And that shit was hard too. Like I sat there for a little bit, like just like I can't get it. I think it was me and Scat were both like, this is so hard.
That so how do we keep the like momentum going? Like how do we keep these games? Do we have like game night where everybody just meets there and plays these games? Because a lot of them, like once the festival's over, if you're gonna do like multiplayer mode, it's just probably gonna be hard to have multiple people in there just randomly at the same time. It would be cool if there was some kind of like organized event, like pre Beyond the NFT, like the hour before that, you do game the NFT, and then you go to Beyond the NFT or something like that. Beyond the Game Jam. I don't know.
Not a bad thought. Where my thinking, well, your thinking is probably a lot way better, but where I was thinking was like, why not attach a reward system to these games? Have a lineup of wearables, and then like let's say there's a leaderboard and people can play them, and once a day, twice a day, whatever, uh, the winners get picked. Ow, Maki, stop biting me.
That's a good
But
idea.
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's just in terms of like doing something that can like be set up, and then like people can just show up and farm it, like, and kind of like no one really has to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll shut the wearable dispensers off. I'm guessing they will, but yeah, who knows? I don't know. I found other ones around Decentraland that it's like it's still active. There's still wearables here, so that would be cool. Yeah, like in my head after talking with Argent about music fest, art fest, it's almost like you kind of need like maintenance, continued maintenance for this. Kind of like how if you have a Dow grant and you have like $100,000 to build a game, but then after that you need like maintenance to maintain it. Like, why wouldn't we also ask Foundation to maintain these events in some capacity where they're not just like just passively left there? It seems like we could do something like, yeah, I don't know.
I feel like a lot of, well, part of the main, or at least keeping it going, and probably Proteus will be more in depth about it. I think a lot of the cost comes from the server, like server costs to keep it going. Ow.
I think you have a pet problem.
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
Someone biting you.
Maki is attacking me.
Oh, wow, give him more treats. So, server costs? I mean, no, it's all already running. We don't have to add any other server costs, I think. No, what I was thinking is something that makes people pretty much have to come back in order to get the like weekly thing that you get only if you show up every day kind of stuff, and that in the end the one with the most weekly trophies or something will end up getting the top wearable or something like that, and um, the scores that you get at those mini games determines what you can get as well. I mean, how much points you can get, that kind of stuff, like incentives to trigger
Yeah,
the instinct of scavenging instinct.
like the quests that they had this week where you have to log in each day to get your thing, but actually it didn't impede the day before. Like if you didn't get Monday, you could still get Tuesday, but that
Well, the specifics is all, yeah, that kind of stuff.
I think, I mean, I think if they leaned into the psychology of it, is, like hijack the brain, hijack humans, and
But that's straightforward, actually.
it's very
This,
easy to change. If it, like, yeah, like we're
the psych the psychology is straightforward. We have instincts that govern our behavior, like the instinct of fear. They're not uniformly distributed. Like people who are really scared of mice or spiders or snakes, but not others. So there are instincts like that govern our behavior. Some people have the instinct of scavenging, like just going out there and finding something. It triggers that instinct, and then yay, that makes your day. Um, and
that's
this
totally
is
me.
what say.
That's totally me. I think if you
Exactly, and
knew
it's
how
not just
well
you.
it,
It's like it's really that which drives the gaming industry now today. I believe it's really that instinct and triggering that instinct, and this is what I'm talking about. Getting people to come back every day just by triggering that instinct. The psychology is pretty straightforward.
yeah, I mean, I think that that's what we got to figure out, like, or like if I was making a game, and I've thought about it, like, oh, I should make a game someday because it'd be fun, and like, definitely there's ways to just hijack that, just turn it into a habit, like where you have to log in. Like right now, I do this game on my phone. It's like a fashion game, and if you don't log in, you have to log in 7 days in a row to get a reward. But if you miss a day, you can pay like 25 diamonds to get a late sign up. And I'm like, this is so fucking genius. Because now I'm paying
Well,
my
yeah, it's
money,
like
my
that's the way.
diamonds to stay current because I want to get like, freaking like the shirt on the seventh day. And
And one of the
it's,
only games that's ever made me pull out my wallet is a game that threatened to make me lose everything since I had died, my character had died, until I had to. That actually worked.
yeah. Well, I think that in the future they'll explore more of that. There are badges that, I can't remember if that's part of the client or part of what they said. I think it's part of like what it's on their to-do list for Decentraland to have like specific badges that you can earn and have them on your profile. So it could be like, logged in 30 days in a row, like builder, landowner, like, they have a whole list of different things. And I think that that would also just incentivize people for, you just want to get that, like in Fortnite, they call them accolades. And it's like in Fortnite, you get like a tiny bit of XP, but it's not super worthy. But it's just like, I see it there and I'm like, all right, I can go do that. I can go fishing in the storm and I go and do it and get my little accolade. And it's like, you mentally want to check, you want the checkbox. So even if they had like 30 available badges and you put 30 little circles that are grayed out and you don't get to fill that in until you get that badge, it would piss people off that there's like a grayed out badge that they don't have, and they'd want to go back and get that because
Yeah,
like we want to like check all the boxes. We want to get,
yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
another instinct. Like the
It
same
is
that makes
FOMO.
people want to complete their stamp collection and everything. It's like an instinct that does serve. Well, I guess it did serve humans well back in the days, and maybe not as useful nowadays. But yeah,
But it has to have a purpose. For example, to me happens in the games. I'm a gamer. I love playing games, and that's why I also do what I do. But sometimes I'm finding myself losing a part of the experience because I have to go and chase collections that in the end it's not worth my time for it, you know. So we need to
huh.
rethink on how to do that.
Well, that's a matter of discipline. Like really, what is the meaning of life,
No,
and
it's
how long, I mean, how are you likely to survive your behavior and everything? All that is in the end like discipline. Like if your emotions aren't guiding you properly, then you have to step out of the box and use discipline and all that, and make sure that you don't go
it,
overboard, and
no, it's
you
not
don't go
about
overboard
this.
and go overboard either, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, in here is not discipline, it's just effectiveness, you know. So why to spend time in something that is not giving anything to you, but spending more time or taking you away from more time in there's no absolute nor the reward is that, oh, I like it and I have it, you know. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
saying,
absolutely.
and that is why major part of the game community does not it does not and I like to have the logros, the achievements, but if you go and check the achievements and you check how many the statistics and so on, you will see that collections that are not giving you anything in rewards or that are not relevant for the story of the game, um, is they are, you know, just something there that a minority have because they have the time and want to do it.
One thing that people, newer generations don't seem to have a sense of, because of how easy it is to have free game experience, is how the people creating games still have bills to pay, everything. First games, computer games that came out were not free, were never free, so it's really something that is, I mean, at that point, you didn't have to. I mean, the intuition came automatically. But now, since you have all these free games, it's
But are they
not
free?
so
They are
straightforward to
not.
understand like what it is you're doing in the game in the first place. Like um um the 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 the, the idea that you need to save your hard work is a bit. You have to step out of the box and understand like how it just doesn't compute. Um,
It's,
maybe the advice of the Buddha in this respect, like try to not be too attached to possessions. He
but
was
it's
talking
not
about
about
material
that,
possessions, and
Ozzy.
here we
What
are
I'm
all
talking,
harping over virtual possessions and everything. And so that I
yeah,
think
but
maybe that's the kind of stuff
it's, yeah, it's
to
not the
remember.
point in here. It's not about that. It's not about all these things. It's something that we do also because of our survival. It's in need. So it's something that is targeted to our mirror neurons even. So that you need to do and to achieve. So even when you want to play a game, when you purchase a game, even, and it's the most amazing game in the world, and you pay like a fortune for it, you're not going probably to play all of it. It's very difficult to play a game all of it and experience. I mean, games like if you want to do all the achievements, all the things and so on, if you want, one thing is to want, and other is if you have the enough incentive in order to want it, because it's not worthy. I mean,
I think it's
what is the difference for me, for example, of enjoying an Assassin's Creed in all its plenitude, and the same assassins in all its plenitude, but the collections or of the achievements, the difference is none. And for the major part of the gaming population, is neither. And that you can see in the data. So it's nothing that I am telling to you because, oh no, it's super hard. Oh no, it's not, it's just a matter. And it has to be with a lot of more other relations, not just time. So we are you're talking about behavior, and behavior is super important to understand game theory and how it works. And it's very, very important to understand also technology and how we are engaging with that technology. Sometimes it's not just the content, it's the game ability to achieve that thing.
persevering
So
is a primordial force of nature.
no, no, it's not only that, it's more complex. So that
Yeah,
is, and
everything
the
is more complex.
numbers.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that we need to rethink in those achievements, what we need or how we need to, if we want to make them able to as a part of the experience in the Decentraland, we have to remake them in a smart way, where not only the people that is doing the event, the art, the whatever, but also the user and the experiencer also gets a benefit. All the people gets that benefit.
Right? Yeah, it's hard to achieve though. It's a
Yeah,
matter of
it's not
time. Once
easy.
again, being able to achieve that would probably require more time than is available for getting everything
And
done.
resources, it's time and resources also as well. So we
Hello,
need
the
to
human condition.
think in a way that time with the present technology that we have is not going to be complicated. That also the resources that we're putting in, neither has to be too much of them. So it's more than one thing. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's achievable. Just we need to rethink in how we want that to be happen.
Constantly need to try to improve ourselves.
I love the conversation. You guys are bouncing really good ideas off of each other, and I love it because I think that this is like where we, where your brain expands and grows. I did see that Make came up as a speaker, and want to say hi to him and thank him for another Friday night with the Beast fam, and then Thursday bringing some beasts in, and see how your weekend's going. Weren't you flying somewhere? Shouldn't you be like flying? Are
I
you
am
flying?
packing my ass off right now. I've got like less than 40 minutes on the clock to fly to New York City if anybody wants to hang out. Hi, kids. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Kanessa and Sinful. And I know you guys are always out there doing doing the Lord of Decentraland's work, but showing up as always, helping so many newbies get in on Thursday was so awesome. Sin came to save the day in the Discord and explain things that I was struggling to do. So thank you too so much, and Kanessa for making dope ass flyers and supporting people on the way in. That was just super kind. And you know, like people pick up beats, and like I think like 10 new people or more came into this Central Land, and they were out on Friday and felt welcomed. And you know what a W, and that was so fun last night. Absolute MF marathon, 4 hours of nonstop make, but it was awesome, and I just appreciate it. And I just want to tap in and say, dude, the Game Expo is so fun. Like, what a win we had. I mean, the bumper cars are super fun, and playing with like the emotes is great. Dr. Drip out there dripping like he does so well. Um, I think it was a big victory, right? Like, I hope the Game Expo, I hope people are able to use it later, like, or add to it. Like, I know it's only 4 days, but it'd be great to have that available just so you could play mini games and keep having those experiences. I think it's super important. And, you know, again, like the Beast have mini games, we should be able to throw their mini game in there. I was so excited, like, damn, we should have definitely done that.
Next year we can, like, first we can learn how to code, then we can learn how to make the game, because yeah, because I think that's the natural transition. I wish I could. I mean, yeah, yeah, there's cool stuff being done, but I'd love to see that.
So normally, ultimately, what you need to do is to learn how to put the game logic in a format which a TypeScript coder can then turn into a scene experience. Um, that normally is the that normally is how the DCL economy should be working, I think.
Well, I think it really did bring in a lot of new people and new eyeballs. I was just wondering, what was everybody's favorite, or what were their favorite off, like once you click to go play game? Did anybody have like some fan favorites with that of the Web3 games?
I had problems to get inside yesterday, but I was in Bill Con show watching the amazing games and going through the door, the ABC tour, and is by far the one that I like. It is the Flying Pigs. I don't know if that is the what you asked, but I have the need to say it.
Oh, that was really fantastic. I really liked the hockey. Like it totally reminded me of Blades of Steel, except you couldn't move around for those old people who might have liked hockey video games.
I think the Chibi Clash, like that one looks cool, but I really have to go back and like spend some time, I think, getting into them. I want to check out Loot Rush, like that one, renting your NFTs. Obviously, Fancy and I have always talked about renting NFTs, but like the tech behind that, I'm glad it was here. I'm glad it wasn't just all games, but it like other aspects of Web3 gaming. Um, can you imagine like if that one if renting your NFTs becomes like a thing someday 5 years from now, like you can rent your your Nifty Island weapon or your Decentraland like pig flying mechanism. But we don't know where that's going to end up and lead, but I love that they were here, so I think that's a really cool one. um yeah, I got to go spend more time. I was kind of like making sure that I just hit each one. And oh, the claymation too. Like I love stop motion and creating with clay, and so that one just speaks to my heart that those were like all in like individually done. Yeah, so much to explore.
So are they going to
Neon
keep the
City
games
puzzle
up?
and fun too.
Sorry, Oz. Um, are they keeping the games or the platform up, or is that whole scene and stuff coming down?
I think
Should
it's
be
staying up, just depending
staying.
on, yeah, like the art week is still up. I don't know about music, but I think it's up. And I think honestly, if we the community voice that we want to see it up, I think that would be very realistic that they'd listen to the community and leave it up.
I think it'd be good, right? Like another avenue you could point people to go having fun and staying, somewhat connected. I think it's a big W.
I think this is a win more than we even realize. Like, um, if if at the end of it, it is seen by those booths as being successful. If they walk away and they're like, "Yeah, cool, we gave away a lot of wearables, but we didn't actually have like conversion, click rates to people, new users playing our game. Like we had a lot of people come by, but we had like two people try the game out and they didn't come back. Like, then no." But if they walk away from it with like good feelings of like, "Oh my gosh, that was great," like having gone to GDC, and I like the booths there are expensive. And so if you were a Web3 game and you wanted to have a booth at GDC, or you could come, and I don't know if they paid Decentraland to have these booths. I'm not sure. I don't think they would have at this point, like being that it's like a prototype, like the first time they've done it. But let's say that they did this for free and they get this much publicity without having the travel costs. Like if you sent your team to a place like GDC, the largest gaming conference in the world, you'd have to send them travel, you'd have to have a hotel, food for each day, never mind like the fee to actually be there. So if we can feel success by having like a similar exhibition like this where we're showcasing games and people are like, "Yeah, we got new users. Like we got like now we're trending, we're coming up on the Twitter algorithm, like people joined our Discord." that right there is power, and that's going to be what make like next year when Decentraland starts asking like, hey, do you want to be part of Game Jam, like it's gonna, it could, I think, have the capacity to snowball into like, yeah, like this is very good outcome for the amount of effort and money that you have to put into it, because these games probably watching the capital and the bottom line and gaining new players is a big deal to them. And so that would be my thought, is if it's successful for them, this could just be, it could be huge. Like Rustan told me, he was like, this is better than GDC. um yeah, because you get to like play the games and explore them on your own time.
And I think that's important. Just because we all were hanging out, running around, doing quests, etc. I think leaving them open and letting people explore them, past the 4 days might give like a longer term look for the gaming, companies that, hey, people are coming through Decentraland and giving these things a try.
The good of the West also is that you make friends, because you're always trying to follow and got clues or and stuff is from other players, which is very interesting. We have also the Decentraland here, I think. So no, it's the CBD. Nothing. Sorry. I was gonna say we can ask the Decentraland for those numbers, but yeah, they are not here in the audience.
In the past, they've been pretty transparent with like the amount. Well, let me rewind. In the past, they have said like how many artists have, like how many people came through. Uh, like I'm guessing that they would want to share some of that. I think, like, let's be real, it's botted, so like some people are coming through with multiple accounts to click the wearables to get them to resell later. So there's that aspect, that not everybody is an actual player. You know, so I'm not sure that the numbers will necessarily like correlate to independent users. Um, but I think the brands, like when you have a website and analytics, you can look and see where they come from. So if that brand goes and they're like, whoa, in June of 2024, look at all these, like, look at that spike on our analytics, and then they just look, oh, where did they come from? They were funneled from decentraland.org, and it'll, that the data will show that, yeah, it'll show like whether it's successful or not. But again, if they don't convert to actual daily active users who come in and create an account and probably buy something in their Web3 game, then I don't. Yeah, that's what they're looking for, probably long term, maybe. But then again, like you have to decide, is that what they're looking for? Are they looking for new players, or was the intent exposure? And exposure is good enough. Like in the ambassador program, we like kind of explored what the intent was. Is it to get more people here, or is it like exposure, so that next time they see Decentraland, they're like, oh yeah, that's that event I went to, like I know them. Because I think with the marketing funnel, you don't just like introduce somebody one time to something and then all of a sudden they're a lifelong user. Like there's the introduction, like I don't know, I remember Facebook, like the first time I heard of Facebook, I was like, that sounds stupid. Facebook, like who wants to be on Facebook? And then my friend was like, yeah, it's for college kids. And then I'm like, well, I'm stupid, I didn't go to college, so that's not for me. And then eventually people were like putting pictures on it. So like it took me a couple times of hearing it before I was like, oh, okay, like it's not just for college kids, like anybody can go and be on Facebook. So anyway, I think that like maybe that's part of it too. It's just, this is like exposure. So the next time we see Chibi Clash, it's gonna spark that memory that like, oh yeah, those are the people at like Game Expo. And the next time that we see the claymation people, or well, Sandstorm, we already know. So I guess everybody's probably gonna have a different like feeling of the outcome of it based on that.
Canessa, it's funny you talk about Facebook that way, because like because like, me being let's see, I was like 15, maybe 16, 17 when Facebook came out, and I was like, no, I'm not moving from MySpace because Facebook is where all the old people are.
Totally.
So
And I was friends with Tom, and I didn't want to leave Tom. Tom was a friend.
no, Tom was the shit. I used to message him.
Oh, I thought he was a creeper. I was like, who is this Tom? He's trying to send me like to be my friend, weirdo.
But it's funny to hear your perspective about Facebook. It's like, oh yeah, it's for college kids, and you're like, I'm not a college kid. Why should I go on it? And I'm over here like I'm not an old person. Why should I go on it?
Yeah, so like you have to like brand interaction is so important. Like literally the way that it's presented to you. If you feel like it's for somebody else the first time you see it and hear it, you're going to be like, "No, no, I don't fit like that's not for me." But I don't know. I mean, cuz then MySpace started getting more like gearing towards music. So then I'm like, "Well, I wanted to post pictures of like my cool shit in my garden and I'm not a musician." So I guess Facebook is for me because MySpace is not for me. And so we really are like socially engineered by what we're like told we should be like. Yeah, I don't know. Like, oh, Twitter is for this person or Instagram is for this person.
We literally didn't know how good we had it with MySpace to everyone. We used to be able to customize our pages down to the T. But like we had like 10-year-olds becoming website developers overnight.
We did. My page looked so good. I haven't logged in for like a decade, but I wonder if it's still up. Do they still support it?
Right, right. I wonder what song I have in the profile.
Oh, I know for a fact what I've got. I've got Wilco. The sun, like maybe the sun will shine again, and it's pictures of tomatoes of my garden. Like I know for a fact. I was so proud of my MySpace.
uh I'm over here going to myspace.com seeing if my account is still there. But what the hell is this?
Okay,
Be
so does
be
the
careful, by the way, going to old websites. You never know what you could catch.
Oh yeah, right.
Who owns MySpace now? Is it YouTube? Do they own
I,
Tumblr
I
and
think
MySpace? Or
I
Yahoo?
thought it was Facebook. I thought Facebook bought MySpace.
I like Tumblr too. Tumblr was a good one.
Oh yeah, Tumblr. Yeah, I was using it a lot, but not anymore since long. What happened to Tumblr? Tumblr, or never pronounce it correctly. That one.
I'm pretty sure that Yahoo bought them at one point. I don't remember, but and there was even Friendster. Was anybody on Friendster? I hear it's still popular in Malaysia.
I actually was on Friendster, and I made one of those stock plays, like like those long shot plays where like, okay, there's like a 0.111111% that this will or 0.000001% that this will pop, but if it does, I'll be a gazillionaire, and it never happened.
Okay, so
Let's see.
so
Let's
then what's the future going to be of Decentraland? Are we going to be somebody had a great post and it hit me in the feels. They were like maybe with the new client we'll go from being like or we used to think we were leading the charge in innovation and then suddenly we're like running to keep up. And it hit me. I was like, "Oh, ouch." Like I feel that on a visceral level.
so Justin Timberlake is one of the owners of MySpace right now. It's a specific media group, and Justin Timberlake joint purchased the company for approximately
It
35
wasn't
million.
last weekend, was it?
I think, man, wouldn't that be crazy? You close a big deal, or actually, no, you just finished dropping 35 million, and then you just get arrested, and the cop doesn't even know who you are. Man, I'm that old now. We're we're living in a world where there's someone that doesn't know who Justin Timberlake is,
I mean, a lot of people look alike. Who knows? I mean, he just might not have been into boy bands, you know?
right? Right?
It's been going
Yeah.
around. I mean, they arrested Scotty Scheffler and took him to the ground. He's a golfer. Like, the guy was driving to golf, and some the cops were there, and the cop jumped on the car and, like, arrested the number one player in the world. He went to jail. Weird stuff happening.
I have no clue that Justin were in jail. What happened?
Yeah, what was it? Was it a DUI or something?
Yep.
I think something like that.
DUI. He was driving well.
That's like,
Maybe a DWW.
yeah.
He looked pretty bloodshot.
It seems to be like the only thing that like celebrities go to jail for these days. Like, just like having a good time, and then it's like, oh, I got caught this time. Oh well, let's smile in my mugshot.
You know, he needed some free pub for his new track, so I figured he'd get arrested.
Hey, no better way like getting arrested to or like yeah to get publicity. You're right. You're right, man. I'm almost thinking here. Do one of us need to get arrested to get the Decentraland on the
I
map?
think we gotta be. We gotta be a little more on the current up. If not, we would just. I wonder if I could use my NFT as my profile picture or my mugshot. That'd be right.
I
Well,
can let you try, and if go well for you, maybe the rest we try.
there's going to be New York,
Okay.
right? There's some users in New York. They could get a face filter. I mean, like that would be bad publicity, but
All publicity is
I
good publicity.
mean, yeah. Actually, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It says in publicity that line of all publicity is good publicity, even the bad one, right? So
Okay, so I'm making my list here. Step one, get famous. Okay, okay. That's an easy step. The hard one is step two, commit a naked crime. I think a naked crime, like if I maybe get like the Decentraland tattooed on one of my butt cheeks, um, maybe perhaps we can put the Decentraland on the map. Or maybe as I'm committing the Decentraland,
I'm
the
counting on you.
Decentraland crime, or maybe as I'm committing the naked crime, I have a Decentraland flag with me.
Okay, I still have to pack, but
Yep,
I
I'll put
got
something on sure.
38 minutes to run to the airport. I really like you all so much. Um, keep building stuff. We're having fun. Believe it or not, I feel like we're having fun.
I'm having fun. I don't know about you guys. I know Rustan is having fun.
You're here.
Big love, DCL fam. We building.
Okay.
Take care, Maeve.
ciao, bello.
Okay, so what's after Game Fest? It's Fashion Week. That's the next festival coming up, and I think it was supposed to be in September, but the last AMA, which everybody should be attending, said that it's in October.
Then wait, okay, then are they moving music to November?
Music.
Yeah, I think that's what it's been. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm still stuck in like 2021 when music was in October. Sorry.
I guess the gods
Hey,
go.
what's up, Arjun?
No, I was go you first, but I was going to ask if the girls were out already or not, or you know,
What calls?
because for Fashion Week and for
Oh.
the music fest and maybe other things that are going to happen after August.
Not sure, but maybe someone in the audience can share some information, or maybe even Vanessa knows. I see her mic unmuted.
I mean, for the rest of the year, those are the only two festivals. I think the private alpha or the closed alpha that is that you can still sign up for, that's ending soon, is going to be like July, August. And then yeah, the only festivals or like the big events are Fashion Week and then Music Week, and then the public beta, public testing for the client is in December. And so I my guess is that they will ask, for help from the community or whatever. It's the same, like it'll look different, because Game Jam, we make games, but Fashion Week, I'm not sure if they'll do the same thing. I know I did ask in the AMA, like, if the music festival was going to be like fully designed and curated by Foundation, because I last year I believe it, like, the community was put in kind of a very difficult position because a well-known rapper came along and had information about the music fest before the community did, and that allowed them to create a grant proposal and put it out there before anybody else knew that the music festival wasn't happening. So I think that was really unfortunate and kind of damaged some trust and just breakdown of communication of how these things are being relayed. So my question was, like, should groups be trying to get like funding to create stuff for the music festival, or is Foundation going to do that? Because in the past, Foundation had like Bjork, Deadmau, like big names come in, and they said that the Foundation will be handling that. So um I'm not sure. Like last year, I know it was like what a few weeks before then that they asked for a community run like stage, and that ended up being used quite a bit. Or I think it was reused, wasn't it, from the year before? So I know they've got a lot of things are done. Things are, like Bjork was amazing because there was a lot of special effects that went into it. But I think it's up to us also to like voice those, desires, that's what the community wants, if that's what we want.
I also believe that it needs to be like a combination. You have to have very, well-known musicians as Björk, but at the same time give a promotion to the in-house already community members that are participating in the Decentraland, that are also musicians or artists or music producers and so on, because maybe that way also the music fest is not just only to entertain the community, but also it can serve also as a jam for indie artists in their careers. Maybe if we can attract also promoters to not just bring their things, but also be there and discover talent, it could mean something.
Well, I will nominate Sinful to be one of those promoters. Like I loved like the Make a Music Fest, the CBD birthday, like putting that together. Argent, you were one of the people there. I think that felt to me better than any of the bigger festivals that I've been at. That I don't know, just a paid musician that comes in and doesn't have any connection like with the ecosystem. Like it was really cool just to see other people, smaller artists from Web3 that are like getting exposure, getting their some of it was like 20 minutes that they played for and the crowd was demanding more. Like we wanted more, we wanted more. And like I think that would be awesome to see. And we can do that, the community can do that. I think we just have to know ahead of time, like, is that what are the expectation is, like, should we be thinking about this now because it's June? So let's see, July, August, September, October, that's 4 months. That is not a lot of, no, 5 months. That's not a lot of time. Like that time
Correct.
by way fast, and everybody's got other projects they're working on. So I think it's not unrealistic to be like, hey, what does the community need to be doing now, like to prepare, or do you guys just got it? You just foundations got it, and you're gonna like give it to us, and like we're just gonna be observers, or do you need people to be actively building because that would help people a lot.
Yeah, also, as you said, the Mu Fest, it was awesome. It would be great that under the umbrella of the Music Fest were also this pocket Mu Fest, Music Fest, that also embrace more the culture. And as I said, for me, the only thing is that the Music Fest was too short. It was only 3 days, which is short for all you can do. I know that it was thought like when you go to real life to do music fest, that it cannot last for a month, of course. But we are in a digital environment. We can make it resonate for a month or even longer if we later pursue to achieve that all these digital experiences are preserved in the blockchain.
I want Music Fest. That has been an idea uh, that's just buried away, just for I don't know, for when I can afford to pay people to build my dream.
I totally get you. So, I think we have also to put attention on people like Sinful that has a project of mine. He has already experience in doing this, and it should be part of or be integrated in this music first organization thing. That's my opinion. That it should be something, of course, regulated by the foundation and so on, with also having all these big names and figures, but also at the same time approaching community and trying to uplift talent inside the Decentraland community. Because we have a lot of good musicians and music, and not only that, content creators. So we need to put the talent on a way that it can call the attention beyond the platform for the platform, in this case, Decentraland, grows and it makes themselves bigger and ourselves with them, you know?
I agree. I mean, uh, yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, they've done stuff like that. Like the last music festival, they had True Stage, or I think the last one and the one before they had True Stage. So they do integrate some people, some community.
Yes, they had the true stage. It's true. Last one, it was very focused on community and lifting the community. But it would be great to have in the same space uh, eh, the people that is in the, for example, in this case, in the music industry, that is not related to Second Life, but can help. I Second Life, sorry. I mean the central and sorry. The central and help of lifting the people that the talent that is there outside the frontier, and it's nothing that or more beautiful to see that someone that is starting in a medium that is the central, for example, goes beyond frontiers and suddenly is a big thing, you know. That would be so dope to see.
That would be. I mean, I I I feel like in the past there were, opportunities where community members were able to like uh ascend beyond just like, just at the Decentraland platform and get some eyes on them. Unfortunately, I'm not saying any names. So unfortunately, I feel like those individuals were more in it for themselves and less about like the platform. So in a way, it's like they the people that ascended um kind of didn't utilize like what they had, like the community that they had to its fullest.
That's a pity. I wonder why.
It
Yeah, I wonder if.
it is.
Yeah,
I mean, like we've had people like be on documentaries and be on like national television and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just a pity. It's a pity that's like the person's priorities weren't aligned with what we're here for.
Well, I think the people that, I mean, the people that are here building, the people that are showing up, the people that are still doing stuff, like it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. And everybody's situation is different, and sometimes you can't, life outside of this has to come first. But I think it's been pretty clear to see through a lot of that, like the priorities and um, what people like their long term goals, like when they no longer align with what they're building in Decentraland, like they move on, which is awesome sometimes. Like I love seeing people move on, like doing like living their best life. Like I'm gonna say CK Bubbles, like CK is living their best life, and I love seeing that. And like that's a lot different than people that leave for different reasons. So I think that we got yeah.
I think we have the difference between those that mm, mm, do a use of the people and those that do a use of the platform, which is different. You know, a use of the platform does not mean that you can get attached, but it's beautiful because you're going to always remember and go back if that platform also is supporting and still supporting you and to your new needs, right? When you grew and you need more crew and blah blah blah. but it's the use of the people. The maluse of the people is what it sucks.
Yeah, 100%. And I've seen that drive people away. People people in Decentraland have been used as exit liquidity over and over again, whether that's like literal exit liquidity on projects or emotional exit liquidity on people working through their issues on like publicly in front of others. And um, it's just like real life, I guess, in that way. Like we should not think that it's going to be that much different. I do want to welcome somebody I see in the crowd, Laza Clay. Hopefully, I said that right, or maybe Latza Clay. We were talking about Claymates earlier. They've got the PFP from the Clay Nation, one of the game jam companies that's here, and yeah, I'm a big fan of Clay. You're welcome to come up and speak if you'd like. We're just low key, totally. We can ramble sometimes, and but everybody is welcome to come up and speak. We were saying, well, I okay, like I'm just floored that all of the projects, the claymation projects, are made by hand because I used to be a clay artist that I love like making like claymation stuff and maybe stop motion and like I don't know. So I have a lot of respect, but it's also like maddening to me. Like I both love it and hate it. Like Wallace and Gromit, if you ever look at behind the scenes of how they do it, they've got like 50 pairs of eyes that they go in and change it out. So it's like I it's like yeah, I love it and hate it at the same time because it's so maddening to do stop motion because it's so detail oriented. So my seeing that project there right away, I was like, ooh, like clay, like run towards it but run away. So yeah, it's I'm glad to see new friends coming in. Let's see, we also got TK San, Zero X Quan in the house. Who else has snuck in while we've been talking? Welcome everybody. Susie, hello, hello. And yeah, good conversation. I'm glad we're addressing this because like in lately I've been looking through DAO grants and just like people, places, products that have like some that have taken like $300,000 to $400,000 from the DAO. I'll say that again, $300,000 to $400,000 from the DAO to not be involved in Decentraland at all anymore. And um, I would love to have ways. Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know. That
Wait,
would be a cool amount of money to
three
have, and I would never freaking leave this place.
$300,000. Wow.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Like I already got the tattoo
And
on
yet the
me for
DAO
free, man.
survives.
If I got a grant like that, do you guys know what sleeves I would have of Decentraland? I'd have
Oh
every
my
one
god.
of your pictures
But
on my
yet
freaking
the
arms.
DAO survives, and that's the indication that this crypto project is actually probably going to be pretty successful.
Oh man, if I could come out with one of those, I have thought about it. I've done the calculations and accounted for inflation. Mew could run shows for about 10 years with 300K.
Here.
What is curious is that they obtained that money from the grant. And to me, for example, that kind of money could have been put into developers, for example.
Eh, nah, I
Absolutely.
mean, I'm now I have no power. It's up to the corrupt whale to make all the decisions and the co-founder to say yes or no.
Writing up good proposals is probably not a useless power, but it's a tricky one to learn to do
Well, I
right.
think it was also a different world back then. I mean, there like somebody actually made a tutorial on how to get proposals passed, and then um, they like they would pass their proposal to get the money to make more videos, to make more proposals. Like, um, pretty wild circle right there. So I think it was even called like a universe. Was it like university? But yeah, like um definitely a different ecosystem back then, and um for better or worse, I think it's changing, and active voters have tried to put some walls up, and maybe there's a reason why those people aren't building in Decentraland anymore, because it's harder to get money if you are creating something that isn't sustainable and evergreen, where it's just not going to go away, because like now those resources are no longer like viable. They're no longer used today. But creating open source projects that can be tapped into in the future, that I could go back to the repo and grab something and use it in my build 3 years from now, as long as it's not like antiquated, that has utility. But I think that
Look, I was, yeah, like low poly. Low poly did the map, the mini map thing project, and it's open source, and you can grab it and use it.
yeah, and that's the way I think it's got to be. It's just there's just too many projects that have disappeared, like the Mind Easy $60,000 for a mental health build. That Where is it? Can I access it? Nope. Was it open source? Nope. Like, is anybody building on it? Nope. Can somebody come along and pick up where they left off? Nope. So that's just money that is gone.
Well, maybe what we need to do, well, this is not the first time we talk about this, but to rethinking how we want the bows to be and all these things. I don't know if you have more insights. Maybe that was talked in Argentina when you were there or not, but it could be interesting to know what is the opinion of foundation, and if that can be changed to avoid the maluse of the resources on the grants.
Better advisors.
Definitely. I know that there is like a upcoming opportunity to get involved in all that for a few of us. I know. I think it was a post that was something that was posted on the forums yesterday. It was by Gino for a like DAO summit in Portugal. Um, and yeah, that kind of in the intro of that highlighted the like some of the issues that we face in our DAOs, which one of them being that we don't really have a clear mission uh like in like for Decentraland. So I guess like or like for what we want this DAO to accomplish within Decentraland. Because and like to tell you the truth, like I've always like I don't know. I've always thought that the mission should be something that is tied to what the Decentraland's mission is. Like, and so when we pass the ball over to the Decentraland, they always say, "Oh, we're just the platform. We're just here to make sure that it's up
You mean
and
the foundation?
protected and it works." Like but in a way it's like no, like give us a little more. What features do you want? Like foundation, like give us a little insight, like what would you like to see in the world, and maybe you could pass that over to the DAO, that that coding work over to the DAO. Like, hey, we would like to have a feature where you can click and teleport you to the sky. This is just an example. I'm sure there's already that. And yeah, someone can make it. They could probably audit the code themselves too.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
No, sure. Yes, they can. The thing is that technology in that case is already invented, but it's how you use it. Ganes, I remember Ganes, and yesterday I was quoting Ganes a lot to explain to a lot of people that that she said about why, for example, we don't get too much or good in professional and with a lot of good experience developers and coders, and this because they have a limited time of life, and mostly of those are already booked in really AAA games, for example, right? So we need to understand that we and that you are saying is something that is happening in every NFT platform that is a metaverse that I am in. It's the same thing in all of them, because oh, it's just a platform. No, it's just not the platform. We need to rethink the thing. It's different. You are a platform that you are providing an economy and a social economy environment. That's the metaverse. The metaverse is not a platform. Is the other thing.
Yeah, they need to share the heads of these metaverse companies or whatever the fucks need to share their vision down to the community so that the community can be inspired by that vision and build towards it.
And with if you are in a world, just a quick example, okay? um Second Life is still working on after 20 years because they managed to create a social economic system that it works for the creators, that gives them enough money to survive and to live of it, you know. uh, the question is, we can say the same for the rest of the creators that are in NFT metaverse. Right now, no, and that's a huge problem that is happening in across the NFT metaverse community.
Rips. Yeah. Sometimes it seems to me like the only one that is like just straight up chilling is Ash over at Hyperfy. Like I feel like he's just like, this is all part of the plan. Like I've had no speed bumps. Like this is he literally has built most of that of the Hyper 5 platform, like himself, and the help of like a few very trusted coders within that he knows. And I mean what he's done with that platform is amazing. Like okay, so like there is that aspect of things when the technology is amazing, but the person that built it is not very good at yeah, like doesn't or can't promote it as much, market the platform as much. So not many people, like, I feel like not many people know about Hyperfy.
And it's curious because nowadays maybe it's the best one to will and to create, you know.
Right.
It's super
Uh,
easy, it's collaborative, it gives a lot of things. It has water, a great environment. So it is quite impressive that just a few team, is a little bit team, has accomplished that. And it's true that the main problem of Hyper 5 are two. One is a small crew that they have, and that he's still working at an indie level, which is not always good because you need great marketing teams and promotion and all this shit to be, a big thing, and also is because the economical system that exists inside is not mm, is, yeah, you can purchase the land, okay, but after that you can do whatever with that land. So what's the purpose for creators to be in there apart of just showing what you can do?
I think the other perspective that we lose sight of too is like what Decentraland has done is very different than Sandbox or Hyperfi or Nifty Island or UEFNs or Roblox. And I say that because when I was at GDC, and I know I'm like beating a dead horse. There she goes talking about it again. But when I explained that this is an open metaverse that you can walk from one experience into another, I can't tell you how many computer developers were like, "Whoa, that's hard to make." And I didn't really realize it until I had them over and over again saying like, "Whoa, like they've done that." Like, so I think that we can't compare this to like Roblox independent islands or Sandbox independent experiences or UEFN or even Hyperfi, because you can't go from one Hyperfi to the world and just walk over to the Roustons. Like, you're still teleporting. They're still isolated, siloed experiences. And I maybe they're out there, but I haven't seen other experiences that I can just walk off my land into my neighbor's land, and they are building an entirely different experience, like pixels away from me. So I think that like we I feel like we have to appreciate and like stop and like think about, wow, like this is actually something that we haven't seen before. We lose sight of that when we start comparing like ourselves to isolated experiences. Like Hyperfi also doesn't, have the structure of a DAO. Like, we might hate our DAO, like we might hate the political upheaval and the mechanics of voting and this and that, but like we have a DAO, like we have a huge DAO, and other Web3 projects are just creating theirs, just trying to get it off the ground. And we have so much going on here that I think we just, because we're in the thick of it, we're in the weeds, we don't sometimes think of, like, we don't realize how much is going on here. Like, because we're bogged down by the performance, rave mode, green walls, dead mall, like, but if we can look past all that and realize that this is actually like huge, this is ginormous. We've got a crazy economy. Like, we take 2.5% and give it back. Roblox takes like 70% of anything sold in world. That's incomparable.
Not only that, is also generating a community that is more solid. The issue that I see, for example, sometimes in other metaverses are disconnection, and or that you cannot vote at all for anything. You can say or suggest, but that's all. In Decentraland, you like or not the system voting, at least you can vote. It should be better, the voting system. It should be like democratic thing. So one person, one vote. But hey, at least we have that.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, the one person, one vote could be something that does work. But it would need like in a way it would it would have to require like us to give up our like, let's say if we want to like keep our web3 identities and stuff like that, it would be like something like the way that I'm thinking is like it could be even it could be like facilitators or maybe a voting committee or some shit like that. People that are in charge that can be tasked to kind of like, hey, new person in the DAO, like, hey, do you want to vote in this DAO? Yeah, okay, here's the confirmation process, and it'll be like you could like it could be like as far as like getting on a call with the individual, and then like right there you could deter bots by like if you see the same individual come in for two different calls with different names, and you're like, okay, motherfucker, both of your things are revoked now. So you know, there's an idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where, like, in Web3, you have to decide, are you going to give up some of your privacy to have like a soul-bound token? And I'm thinking like Hugh Pow has mentioned many times about the retinal scanner that you can like go to in Europe. Go
World
World token,
token.
yeah, like you can scan your eyes, and then you have a soul-bound token that then would show proof of humanity, and then there would be no more question that you are really who you are. But I think most people in Web3 still are like the I'm not gonna try to say it, anonymity. Okay, like you being private, who you are, that's still a higher priority than having the ability to cast a vote in a DAO. So it's like it's this weird dichotomy where it's ultra private or ultra um not controlled but tracked. So either like I am an anonymous user, you don't know who I am, or like you have my retinas, like maybe my DNA, maybe I get the chip in my hand too.
Hmm. Or maybe there could even be something like an in between, like let's say for this, if you want to vote for grant proposals or submit any or and anything that has to do with governance and like hiring for positions, because like in those when it comes to those like things, in a way, one, you're dealing with money. Two, you're kind of dealing with people's livelihood, because if it's like someone that coming in for like a DAO position, and that DAO position just gets manipulated by a whale, like, and puts like not the best candidate because like what we want to do is find the best person for the best for that particular position, and we can't do that with our current voting system.
I see the Decentraland as a nation, and it's not, and
Oh,
how it
oh.
works a nation, and it should be something similar. But right now we have a Decentraland that is working like a corporation. So
So Wild
yeah.
West. It's
Democratic monarchy.
it's corporations before like any laws on like corporations were put in, when they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted.
I mean, if we're looking back and being like, wow, like the people that got grants 2 years ago, like, oh my gosh, they had it like they were just like sucking money out of the DAO. Like, how could it have been that way? It's changed so much. Like, what are we going to be saying 2 years from now? I mean, it's like the rules are being written as we go.
What is clear is that it needs to create a feedback loop, an economical and social feedback loop that can auto sustain itself. If we don't have that, what will happen in 2 years? That probably will not enough money for grants at all, and to do nothing else, maybe. So we need to think in that probability too.
But like, what do you mean
Isn't the
sustain
funding
itself?
constant?
Because like sustaining the foundation is totally different than sustaining the DAO.
Oh no, sustaining the system. Whatever happens, Decentraland, as Decentraland, needs to be able to, as an organism, as if it was a living organism, has to survive. And if survival, if it's in good conditions, is always better. So we need to look for the help, for its health. It's what's the nutrients that is eating, and all these little things, in order to ensure that it's not only surviving but also is living its best life with all the little cellulas, the cells that we are inside the Decentraland, working fine and tuned and also happy inside the system.
I think
Decentraland.
Lastrom was I think I'm trying to remember who it was, but I think it was him that like brought up the question of like we just need to know the bare bone basic of how much does it cost to keep the lights on? Like how much does it cost to run the servers, staff whoever needs to be here to keep this running decentralized, because everything else is layered on top of that. But ultimately, just like our houses, like there's a specific number that it takes to keep your lights on at your home, pay your city taxes if you have a mortgage. Like that's your baseline. Everything on top of that is it needed but not required. Like I want to have games and venues that are funded, but if a music venue loses its funding, that doesn't mean Decentraland shuts down. But if the servers cannot be maintained, that does mean that Decentraland shuts down. So I think like knowing what that number is, I don't know if that would be helpful. It seems like it. That's Lastrom. I believe it was Lastrom's take. I'm sorry if I'm stealing somebody else's. I'm not doing it intentionally, but I think that would be helpful to know. And maybe that's not for us to know. Maybe that's for foundation to know, and we assume that is being handled, and we have to be okay with that. I mean, they are an organization, a nonprofit, so yeah, I don't know that like the ins and outs of businesses and how much needs to be like disclosed, but I know that like the DAO was made to run for 10 years to give runway to projects, and I think that we are 6 years in, but we have money for 5. Like I know that the amount of money that we were giving out, it was not a sustainable level to get to the point where they wanted it to. Like the money is coming out too fast. So like it makes sense that we would stop the flow of money, slow it down, and find out like how do we move forward in a healthy way? Because how do you do that? How do you balance it?
Super good questions.
I mean, there's a lot of solutions. It's like, okay, stake Ethereum, run some nodes. We could be making income there. We could be diversifying, like not just hold all of our coin, treasury in one coin. I mean, I love staking rewards. Like that seems smart. Why wouldn't we do that? There's, increase the wearable, like the royalty fee, have more money come back. There's a lot of options out there. I mean, yeah, I don't know. But I think there's a lot that we could do.
But why are we not doing that?
Lack of expertise, lack of good advisors.
Well, I think a lot of that is, those decisions are decentralized. Like that's there have been many uh DAO proposals to do that, and they have not been approved by the community. Um, yeah, I mean that's the only thing. Or people haven't proposed it. People haven't proposed like they've said, oh, we should raise the royalty fee, but nobody's proposed that to actually like raise it. They've changed it. Like we should get rid of like the wearable curation fee. Everything is free, but like I don't that takes away that money as well.
Kind of agree with what uh Ozzy was mentioning, or like kind of just now, like lack of organization, lack of expertise, as well as I even want to add in for like a lot of for very few situations, lack of morals and yeah, just
Yeah, right. Lack
people.
of good advisors, like advisors who actually have
Yes,
the good
advisors.
intentions of Decentraland at heart.
Well, I also was saying a lot of times, saying not my first time saying it. Other people also have saying, so it's not new. We talk about this a lot, but it seems sometimes that we are reinventing. We are, I mean, them. The people that is doing these platforms are trying to reinvent the wheel when the wheel already exists. So what we need is to start doing the homework and doing the correct research. Put in our products, in this case, the metaverse owners and founders. They have to put in their platforms, social studies, economical studies, research, and all these things. Do the homework. And before launching, because it's easy, metaverse platform, and because truly it's easy to launch from Unity a metaverse platform. Is technically it's easy, requires money, yes, but I mean it's easy. The issue is to have one that is good and one that is sustainable. But there's already, as I said, and we know this is something that we know. The metaverse is nothing new. Exists already from the early beginnings of this century, and we were talking about the metaverse even before, in last century. So it's not that we don't have all that things that we should do, and etc. etc. Is just that we are not, well, they are not making the job. That's how I feel it.
I agree. I think like my yeah. I mean, if I were the founder of a metaverse world, I would want to use it. And so like that was a question I unfortunately didn't get the chance to like ask like in a like small enough setting where I could get, yeah, just like ask that. But like why would you make a world but not use it? Like that's a maybe it's more like
That should have been the first question.
oh, I mean, trust me, I asked a lot of other ones. But that one, yeah, like I'm gonna be respectful. I'm gonna be, and it didn't like occur to me until, a lot of other conversations evolved. But like I do, like maybe it's the challenge, like maybe people created this world because they wanted to see if it could be done, like that's valid enough. Like maybe it was the open decentralized world, like we all have a different reason for being here. Like for us it's very social, but maybe for the founders it wasn't social, so not logging in under, like, you know, their name like that. I mean, if you compare that to Ash, who is in world a lot, or Sinks, who is in his world a lot, like it's very different. So I think that um that is something I would love to see more of. And I think Rustan actually did a good job of expressing that the community, you know, the community would love to see the founders or the lead devs like in world more, like coming in. And like if they walked on scene I'd freak out. I'd be like, what the like what? Yeah, yeah. So I think I think until that happens there's going to be a disconnect of like feeling like, well, this is how we're interacting with the world that you created, but uh we don't even know if this is how they thought the world would eventually turn out the way it is today. They might be like, gosh, this is not what I thought it was going to look like or feel like or act like.
I mean, even bringing it back to like the DAO, like there are many grantees that receive money and do not like use the platform, and then turn around to complain about DAU. Like this is actually kind of like a like a thought I had last night, like one of those like late night like thoughts. I'm like, why are we letting people that don't use the platform and like dictate how we should move forward if they're not even contributing to the DAU themselves? Like, you know, like I get it. It's like their response would be like, oh, well, my presence would be very small towards the platform, but like, hey, how about you come in, enjoy some events, tweet about them. Eventually, those tweets will start. Your friends will start seeing those tweets. Other people start seeing the platform. Like, you know, different social media accounts can reach different audiences and different people. So I don't get it. I don't know. I'm just gonna be quiet now and stop
Oh
rambling.
no, I think it's very important what you
Instead of
say,
instinct, I guess.
because it's important to normalize that this is a tool that people can use, you know. And it's good to normalize it to the general public, to for them to know that they can get, and why not listen to a DJ session in the central with other friends and meet friends there, and maybe they are just coming once a month, but and their interest is maybe just exploration of something that is new, or they call the attention, but hey, it's something there that at least is normalized. Right now it's still not normalized. It's something like everybody knows, can use or not Facebook, but Facebook is there and everybody knows Facebook. But we yet don't know the metaverse per se, or all the platforms that you have, and are building or want to build the open metaverse, you know. And this is something that happens not only to the Decentraland, it's not attached just to the Decentraland, it happens to all the platforms. But if we think in the Decentraland, just is it's good to do part of the questions that are complicated. Some people and some of us, for example, or can't, or don't know how to, or we don't think on time on those. and we need another third to make them and speak loud those questions for ourselves, like this one that we were saying, this last one.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's everybody's gonna interact. Oh, Sin, are you talking? I don't know. Your mic was off.
I'm not. I'm not.
Like, I think that everybody's going to interact here in their own way. Like, some people just come into play, they don't want to get involved with the drama, the politics of the DAO, or anything like that. And then there's other people who are like, quitting their day jobs because this is going to be their sole form of income, but they don't want to do the ugly work of coming into the DAO and voting on proposals. They only come to the DAO when it's their time to ask for money. And I don't think that that's very sustainable either, that they're not willing to do the heavy lifting of understanding that these proposals, like the grant freeze, that there's a specific reason why the grants were frozen. And what I hear a lot is like it's stopping creativity. But do those people, are they active enough to understand that this is the second time that grants have been frozen? Like, or are they just wanting the money to keep their project going, but they don't realize, like, hey, all these other projects kind of screwed this up before you got here. They fucked it up. They rugged, they left, they took the money and ran, or they I mean, $150,000 for some DJ battles. Like, ouch, that's a lot of money. That's not like sustainable. It's not evergreen. Once that festival's over, done. Like, um, that's what I think is like, if people want to be grant recipients, they can't just show up to get their paycheck and leave. They have to be doing more work to understand the voting system, the mechanisms, how we got to this point, how much money's left in the DAO, how much money do we pay out? Like, we're paying out right now when Mana's 33 cents. Okay, a couple months ago it was, I don't know, up to 50 cents. We're paying out twice as much for the same thing. So like when the price of mana fluctuates, because we don't keep our DAO treasury in a stable coin, like where it can be paid out, we are, our hands are tied. So like, I'm gonna have a harder time supporting projects here that only show up in the DAO for their paycheck and that aren't willing to do the ugly work of like figuring this out. How is it gonna be here 10 years from now, 15 years from now?
That's very important to think, is how we can,
Agreed.
yeah, how we can make that happen, that is sustainable, and that is turns also in something that is not feeling like a heavy lifting of duty, you know, that we make, because it's the same issue in,
Ooh, that's gonna be hard.
yeah, in a democratic country is the same thing. And you say it's a democratic country, it's a human right, and you are not exercising it. That is the right to vote, you know. So, and mostly of the times is because politics are so complicated, so hard to understand, but they are hard just because the people that has the power is making it hard to understand. What we need,
Yeah.
yeah, what we need is to people that really can translate well and is transparent. It's like saying, okay, from my taxes, what I am paying exactly, is this goes for this road, but this road is a useful road. Is something that the people that is living there are going to use? No, it's a road because you are doing it because there's a company of a friend of yours that needs the money, and then it's a way of, eh, I don't know how to say that in English, but is black things that you should not, corruption, you know. So it's a corruption thing or not? So, and make it on a way that all the citizens could follow the process of those things on a very easy a way understanding, like a sweet podcast or something like that. I don't know, but there's a lot of options. That we have a lot of content creators, and I feel that is the same with any structure like Second Life. Again with Second Life, I mean Decentraland or any kind of metaverse that especially is aiming to work in the flow of what it should represent the blockchain.
So what if I here I'll make a lot of people mad. What if your voting activity unlocked specific tiers? So you, if you don't vote in the DAO, you can access up to like $1,000 towards your project. The more active that you are in our government ecosystem, the higher tier that you unlock. So like if you're a regular voter, you vote on 70% of proposals being created, you can unlock up to, you know, the whatever, the $200,000 level of the grant. How many people are going to come for my head now after saying
But
I
also
hate
it
it. They're
needs.
gonna hate
But
me.
there's some democracies that actually fine citizens who don't go vote. So it's not. I forget if it's Plato or Socrates that said the penalty for not participating in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. So ultimately, it's just a matter of education. Like you have to know that if you don't go and go and participate in the activities that will in the end defend you, then you can't be surprised that you're going to end up being in a society where the bad boys are taking advantage of you. So that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. You have to educate people.
I guess I get frustrated because there's been people that, you know, I've explained or said something about grants and they're like, well, I thought all grants were frozen. It's like, no, not all grants are frozen. And like it's like how, I don't know how to, like, how else are we supposed to understand this if we're not like staying up on it that no, not all grants are frozen right now. And yes, there are grants still going through. Like, I don't know how else to like explain that to our entire like ecosystem, like how, I guess the education piece, the part staying in touch with that is that if people aren't like they I guess what has happened here, maybe because of some toxicity of the DAO, is people have absolutely checked out of the DAO. Absolutely, like they don't want to be a part of it, they don't want to vote, they don't want to be seen voting for their friends, they don't want to be seen voting for their enemies, they just don't want to have anything to do with it. And that just feels so unhealthy, like because they're the same entities that are like, oh, there's no creativity, it's slowed down because there's no doubt grants being given out. It's like, but they're not helping, they're not trying to help fix the problem either. So it's like how we just have this disconnect between participation and like, so the people that are participating, I don't know, like there are people participating in the DAO right now, and man, I don't know, like I just, we're missing some key voices that we need to have. Ozzy.
So I think it's once again it's a matter of education, and this is not your run of the mill kind of company. Like this is more like a country and a company, and you can't. There's no one to come to complain to really that things aren't working. You actually have to realize that this is a country, and if things are not working, it's because it's a new country that's still in being fleshed out, and Rome wasn't built in a day. And if you're creating content but no one's coming to see your content, then it's just not going to work. And so, sorry, we're just gonna have to freeze. Uh, um, grants for content until the actual platform is keeping people, and they're not coming and leaving because it's broken and everything, that kind of stuff. It's just a matter of education. It's a matter of yeah, it's a matter of education. If you want peace, you must prepare for war. You can't just go and hide in your corner. If you um, another expression came to mind. Slipped out. I'll think of it again.
I love being the devil's advocate and just like poking the bear and saying like, okay, so if we want new users to come in, we need creativity. But right now the grants are closed, so we don't have funding for creativity. And like, it's like the chicken and the egg. Like, which one came first? Like, creativity or daily active users? Like, has stuff slowed down because people have lost funding to create their cool things here? Because not everybody has stopped building. Like,
Look, if all of us that are creators and so we had it easy to publish in these metaverses, it would be easier. I mean, of course, you have to regulate that the creators that are using your platform are original creators that are not rapping, or what happens in Nifty Ireland, that you have a lot of repeat content from games and Sketchfab and other things that it should not be there. And but it is because, yeah, no one is regulating that. So we need that regulation, but at the same time we need to make it easier for creators in order to create in the platform. If creators come, they can create, but there's not enough. A part of the creators, what we need is content creators. We need also journalists people. We need people that are bloggers and talks about it and enjoys about it and spread the message. We need a musician that comes and to show off the new tunes that they have that are original, that is not the typical set of the most popular people that is on fashion these days, and we need all those things. We need to create culture in the maximum form, and with that and for that we need, first of all, a platform that is addressed to achieve all these things. And that means developing, but not only developing, also good funds, good research and foundation in science of the behavior and economics and other things. Because what we need is also to incentivize an inner culture that also responds to a inner a sustainable economy.
I love that, Argent. I agree. I think like um I love the idea of like small trickle forms of passive income, and I'm thinking like, okay, what if we took $100,000 from the DAO and put it towards like a music DJ battle that would possibly bring people in? Or what if we took $100,000 and spent that money on small airdrop rewards for people who attend concerts or buy wearables or publish scenes? Like, wouldn't that go further? Just like it would hit more people. I feel like that kind of thing. And I don't know how to do it. I'm not saying I have the answers, but like, I mean, Nifty Island's like Palm airdrop. That seems like a good idea, right? Like you get these things. It seems like we even like YouTube monetization, where if you have what 5,000 hours of watch time and 1,000 subscribers, you can start getting ad revenue. Like we should be able to figure out some kind of mechanism like that here, where people are rewarded just very small amounts, um, for their contributions. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't know how, but I would love to see that pushed. And I guess, there are different updates being made to the wearable marketplace, but not quite like this. But I feel like maybe we're like moving in the right direction towards that. But I would love to see a way for that to happen. Like maybe I should think smaller, like $10,000. And I don't have the answers or the coding experience to like how the mechanics of that would work. But I wish I did. If I did, I'd be like, how do we do this? How do we like reward for people's participation? Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Food for thought.
Yeah, it called to me the attention something very important that you said before, and not only today, as neither we're saying it already for a few long time right now. That is, creators not having enough money to get sustainable jobs of what they do in this case, Decentraland, but and that's something important because we need a business that can maintain themselves only by being in the system, because it's useful and the people like and all these things.
Let's see. I have something to say, but Ozzy, you were going to speak before that. If you're talking, your mic is muted. Okay, welcome back to Ozzy. So Argent, like as far as wearables and emotes are created, I don't make wearables, but the emotes, like there's very few recently. I think the first ones I made, definitely, I think I covered on a lot of them. I covered the publication fee, but most of them I've not um, broken even. Like the recent one, I did not, because the fee to publish is based on the price of mana. I think it was like 450 mana to publish. So it's also like the idea that we can make money here is great. We only lose 2.5%, which is like, compared to Roblox, much different. But the fact that you do have to pay the publishing fee, if people aren't buying, like it is hard to make that money back. Like and so I don't think there's much incentive for people to be like that next wearable creator, because I'm not sure about how everybody else is doing on their sales, but it's just a challenge to not like publish something and then be out that money. Like um so I think until there's like longer, like bigger solutions to that. And I'm not proposing like to take away the curation fee. I'm not proposing anything. I'm just saying like it's not real exciting to like keep publishing stuff when you're only losing money by doing that, I guess is what I'm saying.
It should be put, for example, this is an example based on something that you said also before, that we're going to take a part of that things, no? And then we have proven a lot of amazing people and amazing creators that has shown it their works and so on. So we know how they work and so on. And if they want to put a store in, because they are indie developers that maybe don't have the resources to pay those fees, of course, especially if each time that they publish, they should be like a help for them to economical help for them to do it and to achieve it, or make it easy, on a certain way. Because it's true that maybe at the beginning, or when the Central was in its maximum hype, anyone were publishing, they were selling and not only recovering but maxing and having a lot of money. But nowadays it's not that the case. And nowadays, yeah, you can get surprised and nothing sells, because we also live in this fast food information system, which what is publishing a second ago is already in the past and forgotten. So
I feel like there was this fine, like this sweet spot in between the hype and where we are now, because in the hype people were paying $1,500 to publish and waiting like a month. And I know a lot of people did not make their money back then. And then now we're paying a lot of a lot of mana because of the price of mana going down, and because it's pegged to the US dollar. Um and we're not profiting. And so it was like in between that, where it was like the price of mana was higher, the amount of people were buying were higher. And so I I think that I think the catalyst that would change is just more people buying. Like, I think end of the story, like that is it. And I have to tell myself, like, okay, but Vanessa, we're okay. Like, we still got this. Like, according to Foundation, they're like the we just have to get to this client. Like, we just have to wait, and then, you know, then things will change. Things will, like, the ship will get righted. There will be more energy spent towards marketing. There will be more energy spent towards, getting people in. And I've seen the new client. I like it, and I believe in that. So it's like sometimes I can, I don't know, what is it called? Like, the overthinking can get the best of me. But definitely, like, more users, more people feeling like buying digital assets is worthwhile. I mean, because, like, that's kind of when we started this, we were talking about, like, how to be sustainable, and like how can creators be sustainable. And when the grants shut off, the only other way to make money here is like being a creator, where you're selling your stuff. And there's also the rentable market, which, so just finding another, like, more ways of having the opportunity to get income here, I guess, is one way to keep people here. But then my brain is like, but is that what we're trying to do? Should we be trying to make money here? Or is that just like, are we fooling ourselves? Should we just be like, hey, this is a place for social interaction, not like making money? Because I think that's when we also get disappointed, when we think this is to make money.
but here's the thing, we are in here for all. A metaverse is but a 3D environment, or the definition, more or less, is a 3D environment, but it's like in real life. So it has the same needs, it has the same it, issues, it has the same like objects that you have to surpass, obstacles, than in real life, especially because we is our brain. Our brain is it can only be in one place, so to our brain, it does not matter if it's the metaverse virtual place, or is the biological, physical realm. It does not matter. In for our brain, when our brain thinks, and it thinks the same in a virtual environment than in a biological environment. So with that in mind, we don't have to think, oh no, I'm here because it's like this social thing and that's all. Because maybe for a regular user, it can be, and it's great for that to be just like that. but not for the economic system of the, if we want a metaverse. The other, if not, what we have is a game, you know. Um, in a game, it has developers, it has its own crew, you know, and all this shit, and it's like Fortnite, for example, and that's all, you know. So we need to think that what we want is a metaverse thing where we can feel at home, in a virtual environment, as well as we feel at home in our homes, with more facilities, for example, to meet other people from another corners of the world, and all these things that maybe you cannot do in your old metaverse world, in the regular, you know, world. So we need to think on that. For me, is that we need to rethink that we need to look at, in this case, the Decentraland, but any platform that aims to the open metaverse as a organic system, as a nation, that it needs to be regulated, it needs to be fed with good food that is not only yummy but also is giving nutrients, and that is efficient, and that it can loop feedback without having to fail into the economics of, for example, the United States or any other thing, you know, to auto procure places for all of us and give jobs to all of us if we want, or and you know, just have fun if we want, and fall in love if we want, you know. So we nowadays, we still don't think in metaverse like that. They should be, maybe because it's too much related to crypto. I don't know, but it's something that we should start thinking that we need to change the way of how we want to operate if we want it long term. Maybe define better what we want.
I like that. I gotta like pause to process it. And maybe that's part of why we have like, or I don't know why we're like grappling, is because we all are going to define it like differently. What I want is going to be very different than what you want, than what Sympho wants, than what Ozzy wants. Like we're not all going to want the same thing, and like our metaverse experience is not going to look the same. And but we like, by human default, we all kind of approach it thinking that you guys want what I want, you know, like of course they want what I want, you know. It's like that unfortunate egocentric human trait that we all have to like override. um yeah, I don't know, that's a good one. Defining it, defining what it is, and then defining what we want.
And especially looking it as if it's organic system, that may be easy a lot of how we understand it.
Yeah, and thinking about like other metaverses that have come first, like my first metaverse was Webkins, and you know that's pretty much gone away. And other people, you know, it's like Second Life or RuneScape, and so even these other ones, like what were people there for? Like, what did they want out of it? What did they get out of it? And then, like, what catalysts cause it to go by the wayside? Like, was it that they found a better world? Like, I mean, that's certainly happened here. People have moved on, you know, and evolved to different, you know, metaverse or virtual worlds that suit their needs better than Decentraland can. And while I might be like hurt that I see people move on, it's also like I'm happy for them that they're finding something that fits them better, because that's ultimately like that's what I would want for my family, for my friends, is to find the place that they're like, yeah, I'm so stoked to build here because it's exactly what I wanted. And um you know, like it would be cool if it was all Decentraland for everybody all the time, but that's not reality. That's not, it's not going to be for everybody all the time.
Here is where we need to think in these platforms as not the metaverse, but just parts of a bigger thing that is the metaverse. It should be like, you know, like the Earth at least, you know, or universe. It's another universe, you know, but it's not. It's at the same time is in the same universe that we are in. It's just another window to another places. But yeah, I don't know if I I want to add anything. Just how we can make to understand the people that has the power to do or create and sustain these metaverse platforms, that this is a need, you know. And uh, although each one of us, we have a different idea on what is or what we want of the metaverse, it should be like a common ground of what we want, what we don't want, uh, what it is in general for all of us, in how can that benefit humanity at long term, and not only humanity, you know, all the, you know, because it would be so dope to be able to storage genetic information of endangered species that is going to survive, and maybe because the metaverse survive uh, in this populated in, I don't know, 500 years of only AIs, that these AIs will be able to reproduce, for example, you know, an endangered species of nowadays, you know. So that would be dope, and that's something that is going to be only achievable if we really sit down and don't think what I want is what the system needs, and start looking it as a living organism or a nation.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much it's evolved in 2 years. Like 2 years ago, metaverse this, metaverse that, and like when I went to GDC, everybody was like, "Don't say metaverse. We don't call it metaverse anymore." And like somebody came up there like, "Oh yeah, metaverse, ha 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 ha!" Like that was so hype 2 years ago, and now it's like virtual spatial world. And so even just like the definition, like the language and vocabulary in 2 years, it's completely like naturally rebranded itself, where we don't, like, metaverse is laughable. That's like Meta's failed project, right? And like now it's, well, what are we? You know, we're a open virtual social world, or visual sorry, spatial computing. Like there's all different names for it popping up. I still call it metaverse because I don't know, like it's gonna be hard
Well,
to kick that one.
to me, for example,
Well,
the
for me, a metaverse really is same place as where you can experience the same things as in real life, but it's just not real life. It's a virtual space. Like Pong really was the first metaverse. You had the paddles of your avatars. You experienced the 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 having to move the paddle on time, and if you don't move it on time, it's you experience the reflexes. I don't know the feedback of activating your reflexes, which just doesn't happen in other things in sports, as far as I can tell, really.
To me, for example, the metaverse is something that is like the biosphere, let's say, okay, in or the planet Earth. But then we have these other little environments that are the virtual worlds, that are this pocket metaverse. Also, I was hearing yesterday, that are virtual spaces that are created and that are usually created as individual things, like you know uh, Decentraland worlds, that you have your own island. And yes, you can go to the rest of the Decentraland, but you cannot go walking or flying. That's the difference. That's a virtual world.
Right. Right. So a metaverse is a place where you can have this kind of experience. Like saying this is the metaverse is I think over. I mean, maybe it's a matter of words having changed without me realizing it, but I think it's a matter of overloading a definition. Like omniverse, I don't know. Like Ready Player One, where everybody was connected to the same virtual place and everybody calls it the metaverse. I think that's probably part of the confusion. A metaverse is like there's the word meta in it. It's you have all the information necessary in order to feel like you're in a universe, but it's like a virtual place. It's this is the way I understand the meaning of the word meta in metaverse. And so like you create a virtual environment, it's your own metaverse. You define rules of what happens in it. It's that's really what's going on in my opinion.
That is part of it. To me, for example, the metaverse is one thing, very clear. It's that. And the rest, what are is virtual spaces, um, attached to a bigger thing, or to that tries to be attached to a bigger thing that is a concept right now, because technologically maybe we cannot yet do that as it should be. But the geological frontiers also exist in the real world. So if technological frontiers exist also in the metaverse, I see them as an equivalent of that geological barriers. Until we have the technology to overcome that geological barriers in any metaverse platform or in virtual environment, uh, we could not see the overall, that is the landscape or the big ecosystem that is holding it all, that is in this case in should be the equivalent of the biosphere or the same earth, you know uh,
Hmm.
Maybe when it's like easy to define it, that's when we'll know that it's mainstream and it's like defined and like um not so esoteric and like in the early stages of whatever it is. Maybe the fact that it's hard to define is like tells us that we're still like grappling with that identity.
It's curious that you say that because
Isn't that the meaning of life?
no, yeah, but at the same time, to me, it's very curious that all the people that I know ends telling me that, especially since famous Meta from Facebook, and because it's very defined in the book of I don't remember the name nor the white blah blah blah. I don't remember the name or the oh my god, but it's very defined what it is, and it's universal. So it's a metaverse. It's not that. It can exist a lot of platforms that allows you to enter in, but it's a single, thing.
It's really interesting when you start looking at like the other games that have been out and like how they went from individual gaming experiences to really being forced to open their doors to different like compatibility or interoperability, just because like if I was playing Fortnite on a Xbox and Arjun's playing on a PlayStation, we couldn't play together. And so it's really like that piece right there that forced evolution between these AAA games, that like forced them to make the systems able to be compatible with each other. And so I think that like for sure the metaverse or whatever you want to call it is Ready Player One, where I can just be with thousands of people attacking on like a planet. That right there is it. Like that's it. And but when you start looking at all of these things that they're built on different game engines and they're not all written the same, so it seems so easy for the outsider, but then you're like, no, that actually is like absolutely highly complicated to do that. It it makes more sense why we're not there yet. And also like a skin that I buy in, Fortnite, why would they want me to just be able to take that and export it to Roblox, and maybe I play Roblox more than Fortnite. They don't want to lose the revenue. And so even just what like the progress we've made with VRM is like astronomical. The fact that we're freely giving the like the wearables from this program, and you're able to take them if they're allowed, other places like that. That's way more impactful than I think we're even giving it credit for in the bigger system, the bigger picture.
Interoperability and compatibility are something extremely important because it communicates different organisms, and different parts of the system. So that's what we need, more of that. That we get forced to make that. Mm, I forgot the name in English, but that nexus, so.
We're going deep, guys. We're going deep. Thank you everybody for being here thus far. I see a lot of new faces in the crowd. Let's see, Kawasaki, Builders Collective, Kishi, El Sol Labo, Skeet. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. Yeah, feel free, anybody that wants to come up and speak. Otherwise we can see if I know we're going deep into the like the existential aspect of it, and I love it. But I do want to respect everybody's time and respect Sinful's blood sugar level. And
I was just going to my blood sugar level.
yeah, that's
I
how we
was
know the
thinking
space is
anything
ending.
too.
I'm over here writing a lengthy political response to a DAO post.
Oh, and now I'm curious about that.
Nah, no need to be curious. It's a little shit talky too.
Now I am even more curious about
You're
that.
you're dealing with mushrooms? Are you doing mushrooms? Shiitake?
Yeah.
Shiitake mushrooms. That's a new code word.
Are the shiitake mushrooms the ones that look like super wrinkly, like they look like a skin disease?
No,
No, that's
That
morels.
conversation
And
switched to suddenly.
shiitake are very good for protein
I
if
don't
you're a
know.
vegetarian.
Mushrooms are not on my list of happy things, so I don't know. I just know morels grow in the woods, and there's like real morels and fake morels, and I picked a bunch of fake ones, and my dad was like, "Don't you cook those?" And anyway, that I don't know. Shiitakes. Does anybody have shiitake experience or
Yeah, I
shit
eat
talking?
that. No, shiitake also, but I have experience eating shiitakes. I love them. It's a Japanese mushroom, a very high protein base, which is and have a lot of nutrients and very good things for your body, and they are quite delicious. But you need to cook them well. If you don't like mushrooms, make sure that you cook them on a way that you like them, of course, like maybe with potatoes.
Okay, we need.
They can be very mushy, so if you like grill them, they gain consistency for chewing.
I
Okay,
love
old guy. You got to grill. You're being paged. We need old guy to grill
Ah,
some mushrooms.
yesterday I was talking of all guys barbecue, thinking, oh my gosh, yes, let's barbecue some mushrooms, all guy, next time.
I can't wait for old guy to be doing something with like barbecue. Oh, here he comes. Barbecue competition. Although I'll lose because I just know like I won't be a contender, but I want to live vicariously through everybody else's cooking. Old guy. I was gonna say good morning, but good afternoon.
Very, very late afternoon. In fact, it's a good thing this show was prolonged. We partied till 3 a.m. last night, so I didn't get out of bed any too early this morning. So, um, but what I did want to jump up and say is I actually do grow shiitake mushrooms, and I can even post pictures of it. But I grow them about 5 years ago. Um, drilled some holes in some logs, put some spawn in there, and yeah, about 3 times a year. You soak them in water for 24 hours, and within a week, you will have shiitake mushrooms, and they are wonderful on the grill.
Teleporting to, hitting the button of teleport to all guys barbecue in real life to eat those mushrooms.
Yeah, sooner or later, teleports will be available. Won't that be nice?
Oh, for
Well,
sure.
we could probably teleport food just before we teleport humans, because like if
oh, maybe
maybe
you can 3D print your recipes and everything.
And Canessa, you don't like mushrooms, or you just don't trust mushrooms, or you don't like the texture? What is it about mushrooms?
I've never been a fan. I don't know. I they're just on my list. I mean, I'll eat them, but like usually they're just not something I like. Although morels, like hand picked morels that are like fried, I've enjoyed those. And I guess portobello when you pretend they're meat and like on a burger or something. But otherwise, I don't know. Like they smell weird, and there's the texture, and there's really no need for them to exist in the world. Kind of like oysters.
They're very bitter.
Have you?
They're very sour and bitter. They well, not bitter.
They-
They're sour. They affect the side of the tongue very much. Um, and if your sense of taste is developed, then it can definitely be hard to appreciate that specific kind of food. Is it the same with mangoes and um, um, cranberries? Do you not like those either? Because I have the
No, I
same like
like
it's really
those. I
bitter,
like those, and I'm
sour.
not
Jeez.
I'm not picky. Like I'll try
Really?
anything, but like yeah, I don't know. Mushrooms, like if it's on my pizza, whatever, I'll eat it, but it's not my go to. It's not my favorite.
Probably is how
It's
they
not the
eat
cell.
them.
I don't know.
Yeah, because the cell is different to, it's not vegetal nor animal, So it's another realm, its own thing. They, yes, have a lot of importance because they are like the brain of the planet. Is thanks to the not per se the thing that we eat, because that is that like the genitals that we eat, the mushroom per se, but the fungus is used by plants, for example trees and other plants, to communicate alongside and through a forest, for example. So it's very, very interesting to see that. And of course, they are very important for a lot of process. Like we would not have cheese or other delicious things if it was not because of the fungus.
Sacre bleu.
So, Canessa, do you like chicken and do you like lobster?
Yes, and yes, I was like obsessed with lobster when I was a kid because I was in the Midwest, and I don't know why, but I think I was a lobster fisherman in like a past life, and so I was obsessed with Maine and everything with lobsters. Like I had a lobster collection, and I loved lobster, but like that was we never had it because it was too expensive.
It's funny. It's funny you used the word Maine, because what I was going to tell you is there is, and you can Google it. You can see what I'm talking about. But there is um, a mushroom out there that grows wild that is as good as morels, and it tastes just like lobster. It's called lion's mane, sometimes also known as lion's tooth. Um, and when you fry it up, it tastes just like you're eating lobster. And then there's also another mushroom out there that grows very early spring that is called hen of the woods, or I'm sorry, that grows in the fall. It's called hen of the woods. It actually looks like hen feathers, and it grows on a log, and it tastes just like chicken.
Oh my gosh, I'm googling this stuff. Like I think my grandma used to harvest chicken of the woods. I know. Oh, I don't know. Yep. I mean, maybe. Maybe.
Teleporting to old guy's place to eat mushrooms.
I think an old guy, if you cooked
That
them,
tastes
I'd
like
totally eat them.
like lobster,
Yeah. You rascal, you got me at lobster. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like, so what it, with food, there's a lot of people out there, right, that they'll never touch pork. And then there's a lot of people that they'll never touch beef, and then there's a lot of people that'll never touch, meat altogether, because for one reason or the other. Sometimes it's religious reasons, sometimes it's whatever it may be. But when it just comes to flavor, right? For me, as somebody who loves food, right? When it comes to flavor, it's always okay. There's got to be another option out there, whether it be a spice, whether it be how you cook it, whether it be, I mean, like okra, right? I grew up, my parents would make me eat okra, and I'm just like, ugh. First time I had it deep fried down south, I'm like, this is the most amazing vegetable on earth. And if you don't like okra anyway, you've never had it fried, I'm telling you, it'll change your whole mind. There are people who don't like venison or whatever because it's too gamey. And it's like, it really, everything comes down to how it's prepared and how it's cooked. And I've been in one restaurant and went, yeah, I don't know why I would ever eat a steak again, and then go to another restaurant and be like, this is the most amazing food I've ever had in my life. Um, so when you run into that situations, it's kind of like the metaverse as far as I'm concerned. I beat my head against the wall trying to build a building and a grill, but you just can't give up. You gotta keep trying different flavors to see if you truly don't like them or if you really are just not getting the proper taste that you're looking for. That's it. Yeah, I know
Yep.
we're way off
I
the
love
wall. I
that.
know we're way off the wall on
No,
this one.
no, no.
all need to know about
I
life,
love
learn
it.
about grilling, learn
I
from
love
grilling.
it. I love it. Especially because it's super related also as well to what we were saying about the good nutrients on our metaverse organism. So, yeah.
Well, and this is the kind of stuff, old guy, that I'd love to see. Like, I know that Food Month was on the calendar of events that Foundation was going to hold this year, and it got postponed and hopefully pushed back. Hopefully, it'll still happen someday. Um, but I would love. I think there's so much potential for, like, I mean, food is such a big part of our life. We gotta eat every day. Like, it's the one thing that, like, you might be a gamer, might not. You might be into fashion, you might not. You might be into music, you might not. But everybody eats, and so I don't know. I think it's worthy just to. I'd love to hear more ideas of, like, how you'd incorporate, like, food into the metaverse. Just because I think that someday you'll get the chance, and you will be you'll be leading the charge, hopefully.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm certainly I'm working towards building bigger. That's about all I can say at this point. But that is the goal, of course, always, right? You want to go bigger, a little bigger every year, a little bigger every year. So that's kind of the plan. And if we can get the problem is getting people to onboard that have that same passion, right? I just recently, I think we talked last week, and recently got into Warpcast, and it's funny. It's like anything else. You got to build the community, right? So I'm so used to Twitter and getting up in the morning and needing to swipe my phone because there's likes and this and that and all these different things to run through. And I get on Warpcast and I've got 3 people that go, "Oh, I like that picture of that steak you grilled last night," and I go, "Holy crap! What am I doing wrong?" And so it just takes time, right? I mean, we'll continue to build, and Decentraland will continue to build. Whether we argue about how to get there is another whole story. But I mean, reality is we will all keep doing our thing, and hopefully everybody will be successful because we are the first ones here. So, I mean, that's what we just got to keep in mind. It is so new, and we are very early on, and as long as we're early on, some aspect of it we will win at. It's just a matter of what winning looks like 10 years from now or 20 years from now,
More than you, the metaverse per se is not. But what it causes through fluctuations. For example, it also happens with Decentraland, only talking purely on Decentraland, that it goes to fluctuations because we have too much things also. It's not like, for example, at the beginnings, with the first metaverses, there were not that many options of ocio, entertainment. Nowadays, is the digital contents are everywhere, and you have Netflix, you have Prime, you have HBO, you have all these big things that also are competing with the times of the users. And games, and a lot of games that also are competing for the same uh, time slot, so it's sometimes what it happens is not that it's new, is that we are competing with all those things, and the development has like a step back. It's going backwards, and then again forward, and then stops, and then goes slowly through and then more faster, and all this little cycle.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. In fact, I'm going to use Canessa's words right here, there's a lot of shiny new things out there, and people get distracted by the shiny new things, and that's kind of where I mean by who knows where we're going to end up 10 years from now, or what this will look like 10 years from now, because there's always going to be competitors. There's always going to be people creating new shiny things that are going to grab people's attention. And when that happens, is how do we sustain it? How do we become one of those platforms that people are looking at us and going, look at that brand new shiny thing. I think the client's a step in the right direction, but we still have multiple steps to take to be that shining star. And my goal is to help try to build that. If that means buying more land, if that means we're transforming to the worlds, it's like we almost need to pick an avenue and head down it, and try to move forward that way. Because right now, to me, and this isn't me being negative, this is just me looking at it from an outside world going, it feels like we're going in 14 different directions, and we need to pick an avenue, go down it, tell people what our identity is, and become that shiny thing. And right now it just feels like we're all over the place. We're all over the roadmap, and I'm hoping this client kind of puts us on a path. But we'll see when that comes out.
I also gonna quote again Vanessa on that day she said of playing Fortnite in the Xbox and the PlayStation. The game and the thing forced to do these companies and forced also the Fortnite environment to be able to achieve that no matter where are you coming from, this platform or the other, you can access inside. And that should be something that we should incorporate also as well.
Well, thank you. I'm gleaning little bits and pieces, and I think that we're all. I like what you're saying, old guy. I really can't stress enough, like your voice of reason, not just your voice, but like you're a voice of reason. Like, the older I get, the more I realize, like, age, experience, wisdom, like you have a perspective that I think we need to hear. I think that um, yeah, I just really appreciate your take on things. And I'm so glad you're still here building and creating stuff, and hope that like you can create everything that you want to see here. But I think we definitely need um, your perspective, I guess, like your wisdom. And I'm glad that you're sharing it with us, because you're right. Once this, I mean, what is it, win, lose, or draw, or like one way or another, the client will come out and we will see what it is like, and it's either going to work or it's not. And um, one way or another, we'll have our answers if that's going to be enough to change things around to feel different here. So yeah, it's the days are numbered until it's here.
Yeah, and honestly, I think we keep talking about where is everybody, where is everybody. I think people are waiting. I think they're like, we already know what's going on there. I mean, the first half the talk of the first night of the game expo was about the rave situation we were having, right? So it's just a matter of getting to that point where the first of all, we can forget about the little glitches that we're always dealing with. I mean, we're always going to have little glitches, right? And that's part of growing. Those basically growing pains. You're going to have that in real life, in businesses when you're growing. You're going to have that in a platform, in the virtual world when you're growing. That's just how it's going to be. Um, what, but I think people are waiting. I've done some talking with a lot of people, and there's several people that 2 years ago when I was here, they're no longer here. They're not here, and they've moved on to other things. And I happened to run into a gentleman, and I'm not going to mention any names, about 3 weeks ago. He had a build here, beautiful build. Looked like it was probably a 2x6. And I mean, it was a big parcel. And he's like, yeah, I just stopped in. He said, I haven't been here in about a year. And we talked a little bit, and I'm not going to go into all the details, but he made some very good points on why he's no longer here. And, you know, for us to sustain the community, we can talk about the DAO, and we can talk about the grants, and we can talk about all those things that I mean, that's real life too, right? We got the same stuff going on in the United States right now for president of the United States, right? But the reality of it is if America didn't have livable or drinkable water, if it didn't have roads you could drive down, if it didn't have farmers growing food, it wouldn't be sustainable, right? Your infrastructure is what's going to make this sustainable. And when our infrastructure becomes, built to the point that we have very few glitches, that's when you'll see people come back. I personally hope it's just not too late, right? I personally hope it's not to the point where people are like, yeah, I've moved on, I've already built my home somewhere else, and it's just too late for you guys, right? So, like you said, it's coming, good or bad, and hopefully what does come from it is something good.
Yep. I mean, I personally think it is. I'm stoked. I'm excited. Um, yeah, it's like building a new house, like and like, I mean, I've never had the luxury or fortune to build a new house, but I imagine it's probably like that where the end product is going to be like awesome, and you can visualize yourself sitting on the porch in the morning drinking your coffee, watching the sunrise. But between like breaking ground and getting to that porch, there's a whole lot of bullshit in the between, and you might be like, "Oh my gosh, the contractors like hit a water line, and oh my gosh, now it's flooding and we're postponed 3 months." And then like, it's, I don't know, maybe the city gives you a hard time about your licensing. Like that's where we're at right now, is like building is not pretty. Like it's pretty ugly actually, and it's messy, and that's where we're at. So it's not a good time. Like if I was building a new house, I wouldn't bring my friends over and say, look, this house is going to be so amazing, can you imagine it? And that's kind of like what we're doing with Decentraland. We're bringing friends over and being like, look, this is going to be so great with the new client. Right now there's rave mode, and green walls, and not as many people as we want, but when those things happen, we're going to be so happy. It's so exciting. And like, so it's, yeah, it makes total sense why people are like, you guys are delulu. And in some ways it might just be a good idea to just noses down and prepare and build right now and get ready to do that kind of onboarding stuff, like after we know that the house has been built and it works.
Absolutely. I've got to say this. I forgot to say this early on when I was making my intro, but I literally, how cool is this? I was able to walk from my property to your property in a matter of about a minute and a half today. I was like, wow. I used to have to teleport. Now I can walk.
Oh my gosh. No, you might literally be my closest.
Well, yeah, I mean, Cowboy's still behind me, so a little bit behind me. So he's actually your closest. But yeah. So I thought
That is so cool.
yeah, that was fun. No, look, you're right. Building is hard, and look, uh, I've seen it over and over and over. Like there's like even the world, right? There's history repeats itself, and there's cycles, and there's this and there's that, and there's this and that, and any new platform that comes out, and this is what everybody forgets, any new platform that comes out, especially with our world being so open, they know where we're at, so they can build immediately to our point, and then take a few steps forward because they know exactly where we are. Everything's open source, and so when you're the one of the first that is this big, let's just say. I know we weren't the first, but one of the first that's this big. We put Sandbox in that same category, right? Those two were kind of competing head to head for a couple of years there when crypto was going to the moon. But when you're competing like that and you're the first one, everybody's out to get you. Everybody's there to step forward. Everyone wants to come out with that brand new shiny thing. Man, I love that. I love that saying. I'm going to start using that at work with the team. Be like, guys, quit looking at the shiny new thing. Let's just focus here and work. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track, but they really have an advantage. Hey, come take a look at what we did. We're doing this better than they are. And when you do that, it's just a matter of, whether people fall in love with that particular platform or not. I think from what I saw this weekend, even though I don't think everything went smooth, and I was actually really shocked that didn't go better than it did. I think we saw a lot of people come back in because of this expo, right? And I think that's a very good thing. I saw people last night on the grill. I mean, we went for 4 hours last night. We couldn't shut down because people just kept showing up and showing up and showing up. And make called me the last minute and said, hey, look, I don't have a place, so come on over. And what was amazing is we didn't have anything set up. We didn't advertise it. We didn't do any of this. Sometimes I'll advertise for a week for an event. And I had so many people through last night. And I'll tell you, most of them I didn't know. I met a lot of new people last night. Most of them I had no clue. So we are still onboarding people, or at least bringing people back. And that's what really excited me this weekend. It wasn't the Game Expo. I mean, I know the people are into gaming. That's great. That's your thing. I love it. I love the fact that I was seeing people run around the Game Expo that I've never seen before. I love the fact that I had an event last night and I probably met 50 new people. I don't know that I've had a party over 100 before, but I bet last night in that 4 hours, there was probably over 100 people show up, which is simply amazing. I mean, simply amazing. I haven't seen that in years. So, yeah, I'm going to shut up now, and you guys can get back to the food talk.
I remember also as well that this happens in Fortnite. When they have big events, people come back, so it's always something that it happens. If we are still doing this kind of things that attract again users to come back, it's a good thing, because maybe they don't have the time to get inside to socialize too much in Decentraland. But if you do something that allows them to keep coming, that's something that is always very appreciated. I like when games do that, and I think it's a good trick to use in any metaverse platform.
Yeah, games are brilliant. I mean, all you got to do is look at a lot of these metaverses. It's all about the gaming, right? I mean, that's what a lot of people are into. The days of going out in the garden, Canessa, are over with. People don't go out and grow their own food anymore. Kids don't do that. They're spending time on their phones, on their computers, and I like that. But we also need to get to the aspect where I can do this on my phone, right? I can't stress that enough. In fact, I believe that's the question I asked you. We've been talking about that for 3 years, and now we're working on the client. I'm hoping, and I'm saying this at the top of my lungs, I'm hoping the mobile is the next road we're heading down.
I do too, and I think a big part of it is like the crypto and the phone. I don't know, cross compatibility and the regulations. Like I know, like we've talked about that before, how Apple, the App Store doesn't support like crypto. I guess it would be, I don't like, they have crypto exchanges. We had a really good conversation about it once, but I think that aspect of it too is like we're up against bigger regulations like I don't know if the phone company would then have to answer towards like federal regulations or not, but I think that that's got to be the future. Like, I'm not on my computer late at night. I'm on my phone, in bed scrolling. Like that's the last device that I'm on for the day. And yeah, if Decentraland could get on mobile, that would be a game changer. And also like accessibility. I know there's people, around the world, it's easier to access a mobile device than it is to get a computer. I know one of our ambassadors, they had to leave the program because they couldn't get enough people that had access to computers, only mobile phones. So when we start looking at it, on that scale, it's like that's going to bring in an entire new, number of people. And we'll get there. I think someday something we'll just keep developing and get there eventually.
The technology is already, but do you say
Jeanette
something
Eccles,
very
Junior
important,
Assistant Bounty
that
Hunter
is
at your service, chomping at the
regulations?
bit.
I wonder if, for example, publishing in Android or in iOS
Proud of you.
yeah, requires also some federal situation and regulations or la la la.
That's
If
what
it's
I'm
only
thinking.
yeah,
Yeah.
if it's only a question of technical thing, the thing is that you have to push updates for when you, for example, if you are in Unity, you can push the update to the browser, to the computer, to the PlayStation, whatever, and the mobile phone. But it's a lot of work also, and it's a lot of pushing updates, and it's a lot of effort as well. So major part of the game industry, what does is to only publish in certain platforms. That's why, for example, we don't have games, too much games in a Mac OS system, but we have a lot in an iOS system because it's how popular also is the system for those gamers that it is. So it's worth the time to keep or not. I like publishing to this system or the other, uh, good or not, or enough, or sustainable. And but I did not think in maybe there's with this that is blockchain related and mana, and so maybe there's a complication to the iOS or Android stores, for example.
I think the cost also is like Apple has in their like terms of service, if they have an app that has like blockchain crypto related components, they automatically take a certain, like, just right off the top, they're going to take a chunk of how much you make, and I want to say it was like 30 to 40%. And so if, let's say that Decentraland went there, Apple gets 30 to 40% of everything that we're spending, like that right there is like red alert, until they change their terms of service. That's going to be a hard one to bypass. And also, just like Apple, like, I don't know, they're a funny one. Like, they have battled Epic Games horribly, and like they got rid of Fortnite and all the games on the iOS, and then like this year they teased that it's going to come back to like people in the European Union, and then they like teased that it's not, and now it is, and then that means that it's going to make it easier for like US customers to access also on the phone. So I think that if we're like little minnows watching Epic Games, the giant great white shark, fight with iOS like Apple, then they're gonna like, do we even stand a chance? But I think that as as Web3 gaming or Web3 gaming is successful, they're going to have to listen more and more. People are going to, maybe they'll lower that price. Maybe, I don't know, regulations. That'll probably only change for the worse.
Well, the thing is, I'm not a coder, right? So I don't know how this all works, but we're still considered a website, right? I mean, even though this is a platform, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but like I can go to the marketplace, throw my wallet in there, and I can buy everything directly off my phone, right? Apple would not see any of that because we're basing it off the browser aspect of it. Now I know we're trying to go full app on this, but even if they could get it started off something like that, where we could just sign in with our wallets. They wouldn't have to go full on bore regulations right out of the gates, because if it is browser based and we are dealing with signing in with the app of our wallet on our mobile, we can experience the game, because I can do that on HyperFi right now. I mean, I can get on HyperFi, I can sign in or not sign in. I mean, yes, it'd be great to be able to walk around as Old Guy Barbecue, but if I could sign in as a guest and just keep it browser based until regulations came down, or they didn't have to fork over so much money, or maybe it would never happen. But just being able to have access to it, I mean, for guys that work, or ladies, everybody, anybody that works, multiple hours a day, just to try to keep up with some of the things that are going on are very difficult to do, because I've got to be on my computer. And if I'm on my computer at work, that means I'm not getting any work done, where I can sit and listen to Spaces all day and have my phone on the side, but I can still continue to do work. And that's why when I talk about mobile, I just mean the accessibility to be able to be in world however they're able to do it. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, that brings up some interesting points that like if HyperFi is there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a coder either, and I think my brain is like turning to putty, but I think mobile would be a game changer. And actually the Godot client, I believe that is one aspect of it. That then and CJ Tracks, actually, didn't he post pictures of being on Decentraland on his phone? So maybe there's just more research, I don't know, that I got to do, and that, maybe there's more out there that we're just haven't seen and processed yet.
Yeah, I believe he actually has the beta. So there is a beta out there. I just don't know if they're changing it because of the new way they're going with the client or not, and it's just going to take longer to put it out there. There's a beta out there, but there are some people who have workarounds that are using their phones. I'm just not tech savvy enough to be able to do it to get into Decentraland, but there are some people that are doing it.
Using Godot or Unity for the user is not, and for this of publishing in phone or not is not relevant. What is relevant is that Godot is an open source game engine, and that with that, not for the regular ones, but for foundation, if they have built or they would build using Godot instead of Unity, they will not have to pay the fees for multiplayer. Right now with Unity, you pay the multiplayer strategy of your game, or in this case, it's not exactly a game, but what I mean. And that's something that will make them pay less for the thing. But is another Godot is using another type of rendering. Is different, and well, decentralized is low poly to maybe not be relevant at, but for something that aims to have a more AAA game results for the rendering right now. Even when I love Godot, it needs yet to step a little bit, gain more, be more funded in order for them to hire more developers to do that. Like happened with the Blender Foundation. So, and the thing is that Godot and Unity are the only ones right now that game engines that, well, unless you go directly, but if you're using a game engine, if you use Godot and Unity, both are WebGL ready, while any other game engine right now, they just give up WebGL. Uh, WebGL is what allows a virtual world or virtual game be published on the browser, and as well as be published in a desktop app or whatever you choose. But
Hi,
you
buddy.
actually can
Sorry I'm
choose
late.
to publish directly
I'm very
on the
dirty.
web. And while you have your own server, you can create your own
How was
world
everybody's
using
week?
both
Hi, Sam.
Godot
Hi, Tom.
and Unity.
Hi, Flame. I
You
remember
know
this time,
way
dude.
more about that than I do. So thank you for explaining it.
Still playing Tarkov. Once you
There's
hit
so much I gotta
10K, you
learn.
can never. So you can never say.
All right, we're just gonna put Oz on the
Hi,
project, buddy. You gotta get
citizen.
this taken care of.
How are
Let's
you?
get us
Hi,
mobile going.
Medic. Hello. How are you?
I'm still thinking in the sheet, I guess, to
Yeah,
the
sorry, late.
barbecue
Want to see something crazy?
and that thing,
I don't
that
know.
one that you said
Hi,
that
Thor. How are you?
tastes like lobster and all these things. Maybe because
Does
I'm
that mean you
hungry.
sent for me, Flame?
You're talking about lion's mane. Well, so you can actually order. Just so you know, you can actually order lion's mane.
You got it backwards.
You can actually order it
It says
directly off
streak.
Amazon. It will come to your
Oh
door.
my,
You cut a little hole in the side.
100% later, friend. 100%.
All ready for you. Spritz a
How's
little
my
water on
day?
it.
Overwhelming.
And about 10 days later, you will have lion's mane, so you can taste it that way.
So
what I like to do is take a 5-gallon bucket, drill holes
but I'm
in
okay.
it,
I'm fine.
let it grow within the 5-gallon bucket of
Very
straw,
flustered,
which has
though.
been, of course, boiled, and then you can grow all kinds of mushrooms off from that because it'll take over the
Overwhelmingly
whole
good? Nah,
mycelium will take
I
over
don't know.
basically
I
all the
genuinely have no
structure
idea.
within that
Just
bucket.
weird.
But
Just a weird
yes,
day.
if
Today
you
was
want
off
to
for me,
do
that's
it,
all.
there's all kinds of mushrooms.
We're all
Blue
good.
oyster mushrooms,
Very
you name
flustered.
it. They're on Amazon. They have kits for them. You grow them, you set them on your counter,
Hi.
and you will have mushrooms in about 10 days.
Yeah. So you know that. I don't know if Joe's still late.
we
but,
need to
he
talk
said he's
about
gonna
that
bet.
in how to do
It's like inventory count, I think.
No, I think he's still gone.
in a near
100 streaks,
space,
0 waves, man got them
whatever. But we
turned
need to talk about that more.
That's gross.
Okay.
That
Because
is
I'm
disgusting.
interested in how to grow my own
Oh my goodness.
mushrooms,
I
but
never
always
wipe.
is a little bit like, I have
That's even grosser.
a
That's
small
what the bidet is
place.
for.
So
No,
it's
dude.
always like,
Bidets to make
how
it fresh,
to do
not
this
to replace
without
anything.
taking
You just don't
the
bidet,
space
right?
and so on. Because
I have
they
bidet.
are
It's very,
really,
very
really good
refreshing.
for, especially
But I wipe
protein-based
I don't want my underwear
substitutes
wet for
of meat.
water. Can get wet for other reasons.
Yeah, well, like I
gotta
said,
get the bidet with the
they
air dryer
literally
on it
sit
that
right
goes
on your countertop. They are
You
only
actually have one of those?
7
No,
inches
no, I
high
just-
by
oh, yeah,
5
sure.
inches wide, so it's not going to take up a lot of
How do
space.
you know there is one like
It's
it?
packed in sawdust inside
Oh,
a
you
plastic
telling me there's
bag.
not
You
a
basically
bidet
cut a
that
hole in the
doesn't dry
plastic
you?
bag, spritz
You
it
want
with
like
water,
a-
and then put a
like
tent over it, basically another plastic
butt
bag,
dryer
and you will
and
have
a-
mushrooms in about
and a
10
butt
days.
wet,
And
like-
you can usually fruit them about
I mean,
3
maybe?
times before it's all used
Jen
up.
told me actually she went on that road
It's not
trip,
cheap. I
and
mean,
she's
it's
listening to
it's
this,
like
and she
$35
said
for
that,
a kit, but
one of the public
you can
bathrooms
absolutely
actually had a
do that.
bidet with a dryer on it.
Gonna look
You know how gross that
in
is?
Amazon.
Call
Not
it the
today because
plastic blow?
today
How
is
disgusting that is,
already
though.
late for
You've already
me,
got like a
but
piece, like a
tomorrow,
mechanism
yes,
that's
I'm
in the
going to
toilet
have a
bowl
look at that.
to like splash your butt. So if
How
anything
about a
nasty is
game
coming, you
that
know,
you have to
everything, it's
forage
kind of like
through the
unsanitized.
wilderness
But then you
of
want a dryer
Decentraland? Like it's
to
a
kick it
woods,
out
and
of
you have
your.
to
Okay,
forage, and you have to find the mushroom,
I don't know,
and then you
buddy.
have to
Ooh.
We've got
like
different
prepare
definitions
it,
of
and then you
like
also have to like there's
amazing things.
cows. Maybe you have to feed your cows. We can skip the slaughter
Yeah.
part,
Jeanette Eccles,
but then
Junior
like
Assistant
literally
Bounty Hunter
make
at your
a
service,
meal.
chomping at the bit.
And then you have the mushrooms in real life.
Our top tier personnel.
For me, there's a recipe in real life as
Yeah.
well.
Proud of you. I know you can't.
Hey, I already found the
I'm
mushroom
thrilled
farm. I was
to meet
here
you.
a few weeks ago and found it. For some reason now there seems to be boats and water and mountains around it. I don't know what happened to mushrooms. They must have just ripped them up. But
T-Mobile savings, take one.
the territory I was
Guys,
standing on top of
focus.
one just a
Here's
few
the
weeks
line.
ago.
At T-Mobile, you get
Decentraland.
tons of benefits, and you can still save versus the other guy. Focus.
That's awesome.
Oh, that you might want
Okay,
to
stop. Just say it like this. At
Well,
T-Mobile,
friends,
you can save on every plan, and you get great benefits with Magenta status.
Magenta
to
status.
wrap it
I'll
up
show you my
and
magenta
go
status.
force
Okay,
everybody
I'll
to
just
go
do it.
enjoy
Check
the
out
day,
the
touch
T-Mobile
grass,
savings calculator to see how
create
much you
some
can
stuff.
save. Right now, we'll even pay off your phone when you switch.
Vanessa, did you notice that he was talking about your spot, your build?
Wait, no. Wait, no. I'm like blood sugar. Wait, no.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I'm easily confused.
Last week you had the mushroom build up.
Oh, see, I haven't been there in the mushroom build with you guys for a long time. That's what you're talking about. Oh gosh.
Yeah, the landowners, they just tore down the mushroom field. I don't know what happened.
Oh,
Somehow they got
sorry, old
on it.
guy. I think that's the cue that it's time to eat breakfast.
Right? Yeah, I gotta get to breakfast myself at like 5:30 p.m. Um, one thing I did want to kind of like bring up before we close down is make sure to if you like to vote in the DAO, if you know like definitely like check out Unknower's proposal on the DAO. It is a grant proposal, and it is for implementing like better in-world, or at least from what I read on it, it's for implementing better in-world moderation. So like I guess it could look like some either integrated with VLM or maybe even something other than VLM. It will allow users to kind of make requests to kind of what would be the proper word? I don't want to say ban, but like kind of like implement security things like either giving them a black screen, teleporting them somewhere else, or sending them to horny jail. Like yeah, different stuff like that, and I'm sure like Unknower, once we get closer to it, he could explain more about it, and even tell me if I read that correctly.
Yeah, I had to vote yes on that one. It's unfortunate that we still don't have moderating tools, like if somebody's being a poopy pants, that we can't make them leave. I think that if we have big brands come back and that happens, they're going to be like, are you kidding? This is what we invested money. We're going to hold you guys liable. Like, you don't have moderating tools. So I think for sure it's a good idea and it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I was kind of impressed with like from reading the the possibilities of making it so that the people that don't operate the land, like just users coming in, could put in requests to moderate someone, like like, and then the individual that's either running the event or in charge of the land can decide either like get to the bottom of it. Okay, you're just being a poopy pants, black screen.
Yeah, I mean yeah, this is like another hour discussion here because in the situation that we've had. Like it's so frustrating, and I'm amazed we didn't lose really, really good players in our community because one person kept harassing them. And yeah, unfortunately it wasn't a big deal to the landowner either. And yeah, I don't know.
So you have it here first. Next week's topic: moderation.
Oh man. Yeah, yeah, we'll see. Because I could go off. I
All
mean,
right.
just as I could go off, just because that's a hard one. But we want it. We want people to feel safe, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's
Yep.
something that I see that it happens in 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 Web3 spaces a lot. Is non-existent moderation, and with that, security goes to shit. So
Yep. I mean, at least like to this point, the Decentraland doesn't have moderation, so at least we could leave it up to the proprietor. Let's call him the digital proprietor of the establishment to decide, like, what to moderate.
what
Yeah,
that means?
and if a landowner knows a problem's going on in their land and have little interest in solving the problem, like I might not want to go there anymore because that's yeah, it's decentralized. Foundation's not in charge, but I wish we had the tools to like mute people. But um, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're getting offered the tools right here by a trusted developer and very knowledgeable person. So I mean, I know he can get it done if there was
My
anyone.
only question is, does the person have to be you like deploying through VLM to use those, or could I deploy through SDK?
Drop it in the comment section. I'm being silly.
Okay, so
Well, yeah,
I
maybe
think VLM. It has to be through VLM. He had a thumbs down,
one
so
time.
I don't know, but
Okay,
he of nowhere there, so maybe he can explain better.
yeah, he just gave a thumbs down. But was that thumbs down no, or oh gosh, now we have to like pose the questions in yes or no.
I got this. I got this. I got this.
Morse code.
Okay, thumbs up. Thumbs up if VLM. Thumbs down if no VLM.
I should just not
Okay.
allow him up in the speaker panel, so he has to communicate through emoji.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, trying out a new mic today. So it feels like it's as much as I can do with the tools we have available. I would really like to be able to eventually dig into the actual client code and have some way to do moderation on the chat and stuff like that. I think unfortunately right now that's outside of the SDK's capabilities, but at least for now we can get something in place where um, somebody can somebody can have the power to kind of moderate their scene in real time, and if they're not there, they can like delegate some responsibility to the visitors who can then vote somebody out, basically, at least for that session, and then maybe it would give them a new chance the next day, or the owner could kind of implement some kind of permanent ban. Um, there's probably a lot of options of different ways I could implement it, but um, it wouldn't have to be used through BLM. It would the idea is basically I'm going to create like its own little standalone plugin kind of you could think of called a dependency or a library in SDK talk. But you would kind of import this into your SDK project, and then you would be able to use it through a little interface um, in your scene, and allow whoever you want to be the administrator and stuff. A little bit like how Digital Bouncer was, but Digital Bouncer could probably be vastly improved. And then having this library will allow me to pretty easily implement all of its functions into VLM, as well as it'll be open source. So like if In-World Builder wants to implement the same things somehow, um, then that would also be something that could be done. Or it'll just be open for everybody to implement into any tool that they want. So it would it by no means be closed to just being used through VLM.
Yeah, I'm just imagining like when you're saying that the individual could be moderated for that session. I'm just imagining like my avatar getting kicked out of a bar and then like, being back like next week.
Yeah,
That
like,
like
oh,
when we're
Sin's back again. Told you can't come back here anymore, man.
We warned you last time, Sin. You know what'll happen.
can it
Yeah,
like
or maybe
automatically
you
put your avatar's face on a little poster? Like boom, like ban him.
Red poster.
That'd be funny.
like wanted posters. Yeah, probably.
You want to shame them as well.
Well, like when Rustan had the cove on my land, he like gave me those god powers, and he was like, "Oh, you can boot people." So then the whole time, I'm all of a sudden I'd be like outside. I'm like, "What happened? What like? How did I get out here?" And I realized like, oh, that crusty Rustan got me. So then I would get him later. So I. It would be more humor. We'd like it'd be used 99.9% of the time for fun, I bet, and like barely ever like. But if you needed it, you could do it. Maybe you could like make a fun way to like.
Yeah, maybe one that that is fun way, and other one that that is no, these are motherfuckers. So don't let them come. No, no more.
How you know how Rustan likes to throw us all in hell?
Yep. Only cockroaches. Okay, so then what about heaven? What if there was like a nice place that was like clouds and like crypto raining from the ceiling, and if you're like a good person or somebody sees you do a nice thing on your scene, all of a sudden you get like boom, like teleported to like the VIP heaven lounge.
Sure. You could set up. I'm thinking of
But
making it so you can kind of just set up a certain point that you can like save as a preset to send people off to, whether it's like the corner of the scene so they're blocked by a wall and have to walk all the way back around, or maybe just like lock them in place. There's a lot we can kind of do with the tools we have right now with the SDK, but um, I also want to do a little bit of research and development and see if I can get pointed in the right direction of how to get into the actual. Well, I was going to say how to get into the client code and improve the actual chat, and kind of implement that into the system somehow. But they're rebuilding the client, so I guess I'm just going to hold out and hope that like as I build this, I'm going to find out about whole new capabilities that we're going to have in that regard, and that maybe all the requests we've been doing for all this time haven't gone unanswered, and we'll just need a way to kind of control all that in real time through the SDK. But yeah, kind of wishful thinking. I haven't really heard anybody say that those type of things are coming yet, but we will continue to hope for them.
Gotta put it out in the ether, though. Gotta put it out. Like a lot of the times, it could be even that like the powers to be don't even know that this idea exists, like or that this is an idea. Like what? I didn't think of that.
Yeah, or they just maybe don't know how we want them to implement it. Maybe nobody has put it
Mhm.
into a canny ticket or something, or I don't know. Maybe
I,
it could be like a Unity thing. There's so many things like that too, where it's just like not within the capabilities that the foundation even has within the Unity code. Because I don't know really much about what we're blocked by as far as the Unity side of things.
I don't think it's a Unity problem. I think there's too much people sometimes blaming Unity, but with Unity you do actually games that has actually those moderation tools. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that text must be getting sent back and forth through some kind of server somewhere. So you would think you could do some kind of filtering based on some kind of parameters set by the person who's in charge of the land. I don't know. It seems like it'd be very doable, but I'm always hesitant to say like, "Oh, it's so easy," and blame someone for not doing it because there's always the possibility I'm missing something. But I feel like I saw what was going on, I would be able to know how to fix it or make it better.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, I know that you have the know-how to find these find all this and get these fixes made. What what I'm thinking, it's like I I feel like Foundation could even want something like this. Like, have you spoken with anyone at Foundation, any of the developers, to see if there would be a way to just directly implement these tools to the platform itself?
I haven't really. No, I probably should have by now before I submitted a grant. Now that you mention it, but I guess Nico Ernstadt or Earnshaw would be a pretty good resource to talk about or ask about what could be possible in the future. I remember at one point I asked him if it was the difference between somebody triggering a looped emote or just a regular one shot emote. And at the time there wasn't, but just the other day I noticed that now I think there is. So they do listen when we make suggestions. Um, and occasionally things make their way in there if you give pretty good reasoning to why they should be there and what it's blocking you from doing. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, it could even be an adjustment because what I think I said it earlier in this space that I think in a way we need to line up with the foundation and it's like okay, it's like they say we need this tool. Let's say it's a moderation tool, then it's like you put up the proposal through the DAO to get that done for the foundation.
I feel like we need more of that. Like if the foundation needs some work done, kind of outsource it to the community somehow through the DAO. Either I don't know. I guess treat us sort of like contractors, maybe. Like you don't have to make us. You don't have to hire us on, but maybe like small projects or something. It would make sense to let the people who are using it the most kind of build it. But um, I don't know.
I
Exactly.
think 100% like we don't take enough ownership of as being like if it's user owned and operated, then we should. I mean, just like when I was talking to Nico and Aga, they were like, "Oh yeah, like we definitely want to fix stuff." It's like the pipeline, I think, of getting the information, like getting the request to them it's like a breakdown in communication. I don't think it's at all like they don't want to do stuff. They want to. Like right now the focus is the new client, but I think definitely like they want to fix that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. That's just my personal impression.
And hopefully the rewrite and everything will make them more efficient in that pipeline. So like when they learn, a lot of times that's kind of how it works, where when you kind of rewrite some code, you get to do it more efficiently so you can implement changes faster. So again, wishful thinking, but that's a pattern we could hope for.
Yeah, I mean, I guess has there been precedent set of like something that the community wanted to see that they created, wrote a canny request, and it was just outright denied for like no reason? Because I don't think that's happened. Like I don't think there's precedent that would say no, they don't want to do this.
Maybe
Like they're
pets, but I think it was
yeah,
because there was a bigger vision that we didn't see at the time. At least that
yeah.
was kind of the argument. Was like, don't worry, pets will come, but they're not going to be attached to your avatar.
I'm a little triggered just on behalf of Aaron when I hear pets. I'm like, poor Aaron.
I know. That is probably the
When
one
that guy gets
example that
a
comes
pet,
to mind.
I'm gonna be so happy when he gets his pet someday. Oh my gosh.
Yes, can't wait, cannot wait.
or extras that never got may see in 5 years is what I was told.
Wait, say again.
The extra category that Punk Pink and I passed, what would cover like belts and things like that, they're talking it could be 5 years before we ever see that.
So I think there's value in starting to like add these things up of those are the kind of things that like if we ask for stuff and it's not, given to us for a specific reason, like I think there'd be some value in like compiling those and being like, hey, we asked for this and it didn't happen and here's the reason. Then yeah, like that has value.
Yeah, and I'll just be I'll be up front. I'm just being selfish. I personally just don't want to have to walk around with an earring as an old man every time I add an accessory. That's really what started the whole thing. So I understand. There's only a few of them, and it takes time, and that's all coding. I get that. But I was thinking the same thing when I Nowhere was talking. I was like, yeah, there's been a few incidents, and I know Aaron himself would be like, I will do this for free, and he was told put a proposal out, and that got voted down. So that's where that kind of ended. But he literally said, "I will actually write the code for free."
He did say that. I was here.
That
I
is
was
a pity.
part of the proposal, so that's how I know it was. He was actually going to do it for free. We had conversations about it, and he was like, "I will do it I'll do it after hours. I'll do whatever. I will write it for free. I will work for free. I just want to implement this." And he was told no.
Oh, so sad. And this happened because he put it in the proposal and people vote no. Or the whales voted no, or how it happened.
I think there was quite a bit of complexities if I remember that. There was a lot of like personal back and forth. I think some tempers heated up from what I remember. And so I don't know the details on that, but I do remember seeing a lot of back and forth.
Yeah. I think like some of the voting within that proposal that you're talking about, like some of the votes were more, personally driven and less like, let's get this done.
Yeah, and the thing was, it in my opinion, didn't even need to go to the proposal, right? This was up to the committee, or not the committee, but the devs. They could have said yes or no, right? Or the Decentraland themselves. Yeah, if you can work on this for free and send it to us, we'll implement it. Sign this contract. He was willing to sign off on anything legal they wanted him to sign off on. He just wanted to write the code and send it to them, and they were like, "Well, why don't you start with a proposal first?" And that's what was actually said.
It's kind of pity because there are certain things that should be not on the need of the vote, because it should be there already. Like, for example, the moderation tools that we are talking. And we talk from the very beginning about that, and other things like that that are super useful about infrastructure of what we were talking before about the infrastructure that is need to actually build these platforms.
And it could just be that like maybe this is just a really uninteresting thing to build. That's personally why I don't really feel like building it for free. Um, it's boring to I don't know. It's like really tedious work testing all the different use cases and stuff, and having like multiple browsers open, different tabs, and kind of bouncing back and forth, acting as different people while you're testing these kind of moderation tools is kind of why I haven't prioritized them, I guess. But I've had a few people tell me like, "Hey, when will the SDK 7 version of VLM have the same all the moderation features that it had in 6?" And I just hadn't really gotten around to building some of them. And then I've always wanted to really implement more, but there's just been so many other things that were the shiny thing, you know, the, the back to the bright shiny things that are fun and like easy to work on. But I think sadly there's a lot of work that needs to be done that just isn't that interesting, but like is essential to our space remaining safe and you know where people can come and be comfortable and not feel like they can't escape certain behaviors.
Canessa, you
Yeah.
have 24 hours to mint that name. Shiny thing or whatever, however you call it. 24 hours or it's mine.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that's a good one.
Now I'm curious to know. Let's see what happens in 24 hours, you know?
I can't be minting new names. I'm like trying to cut myself off on them. We'll see how that goes though.
I do just
By
want to
the
say
way,
if anybody happens to feel like they want to vote no on that proposal, I honestly won't be offended at all. I'm probably going to build it anyway. Just you know, wanted something to motivate me and give me a solid timeline on it because otherwise I might never get around to it. So that's kind of why.
I'm a strong believer that we need moderation, but I was going to tell you, are you interested also in building for other metaverses? Because I think that is someone that not that, as I was saying before, it's not only the Decentraland. I don't see it quite much on any other NFT metaverse or blockchain metaverse, you know, and that is something that especially people that does events needs, and especially if you suddenly want your big people, you know, that can invest in your things to come and to find the things perfect, you know?
Yeah, I have actually been meaning to make virtual land manager kind of cross compatible, so you can keep video screens and art and stuff like that in sync between multiple metaverses, or at least multiple scenes, different scenes in multiple metaverses. But I feel like right now I'm just so tied in with the Decentraland community and and like I don't know, I really enjoy building here because I don't know, hard to describe. Um, maybe it's a little bit of just like it's the devil I know versus the devil I don't, but uh, maybe it's just like Decentraland is where my brain is the most comfortable right now, and if as much as I want to like jump over and start building tools for Hyperfy or something, I feel like once I do that, I'm going to be tied into that way of thinking for a little while. And it might not be that easy to jump back and forth. I guess I want to like really dedicate time to understanding each platform and what I can do with it. Um, and I guess what also scares me is that once I do that, there's just going to be more code to maintain. So it would be great if I had like a team team of developers that could build this thing out and tie the whole metaverse together with one little interactive tool. But we'll get there. I've got 5 and 10 year plans for this thing, I think. Anyway, I didn't
I
want to
think,
hijack the end
oh no,
of the CBD space.
I was going to tell you that I think that there's a Filecoin grant for projects like that. Maybe you can have a look. Maybe if yours, you know, fits it, and you can build for Decentraland tool, but also for others without the need only to depend on winning the, having the green light in the vote system in the Decentraland. Maybe it's a good idea. I don't know, but
It probably is. I think, as with anything, it's blocked by the amount of time and money that people have to dedicate to it.
Well, thank you, Unknower. I think that this is an important one. I mean, just oops, is Sin talking? Sorry if I'm talking over you. Just as a female, like moderating, like keeping the space safe, that was a huge concern before I came in and used Decentraland. And so I think in order to continue to keep it safe, it's not just females that get harassed. It's everybody. But I think that it's definitely something that I think I've thought about a lot, and I know others have as well who've been subjected to it. So hopefully that goes through for you, and yeah, and we'll see you building it in the future.
I hope I get to build it, but again, if not, no hard feelings. I've got lots of other things I can work on, and we'll get to that. But I do appreciate anybody's support who happens to pop into the DAO and vote whichever way their heart, compels them to vote. I really don't feel too strongly either way. I kind of I'm kind of dreading having to build it because, like I said, it's not going to be super fun. But I also think it's something that we really need.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you, Honor, for coming up and sharing a little more about it. And yeah, I guess we can get into our final thoughts, close out the space, continue with our Saturday evenings for me, Saturday evening, because it's 6 p.m. Let's see. Old guy, any final thoughts?
Yeah, so I got to put a quick PSA out there. We did talk about mushrooms today. All mushrooms are not equal. Do not eat any mushroom that you are not 100% sure is safe. And please stay away from the magic mushrooms you find within Decentraland. I hear they will put you on a virtual journey.
So last year when I went hiking up to this ski cabin that the Forest Service doesn't know exists, and skiers and snowboarders like spend the winter there, there was like this little glass vial on the window with a mushroom in it. That one should I have avoided?
What was your experience after eating it?
Oh, I didn't eat it. I'm dumb but not stupid. I left that sucker there. I got pictures, but I
would
didn't.
imagine that was magical. I would imagine that was probably on a magical mushroom. You wouldn't even need to eat it. You probably just need to drink a little of the juice.
Oh my gosh, probably just smelling it would have like induced something.
Plot twist, you actually did eat it, and your entire experience of Decentraland and everything involved and all of us are all part of the trip.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
eat a mushroom and enter
Existential
the Matrix.
crisis.
Maybe, and I think it was there for like a long time, so it also aged. I don't know if mushrooms age well, but I was like, these are such nice hippies that like leave their stuff behind for the next person. There was other stuff there too. Anyway, I digress.
I can only imagine what kind of goodies might have been left behind in a ski shack that the Forest Service doesn't know about, because I certainly haven't ever stumbled across those in my snowboarding journeys and have no idea what kind of stuff you'd find in there.
Yep. I don't know
Anyway,
either. So.
thanks for letting me come up and talk about moderation tools. I hope we can get them implemented here soon. And yeah, hope everybody has a great weekend.
good hearing from you. a knower. And yeah, well, I guess one good thing about if Canessa is still tripping and we are her like her just in her mind right now, at least she gets to experience Argentina again once she comes back to Earth.
Oh my gosh, I would experience Argentina over and over again, and hope everybody else does too. Get the chance to experience it.
Argent, any final thoughts?
Well, talking about psychedelics and and magic, I just shared the stream that is just now. It's going to be there all the night long, so no need to go and look it right now. But if you want to listen my new tunes, I'm streaming them all night long on loop in X today. So after Billy T-Coin show, you can come and listen in Twitch a little bit of the music if you want. And for a better metaverse together.
I love that. I will check that out, Argent. That is awesome.
So yeah, normally ABC Decentraland tour starts at this time. But I know that they had it yesterday and they were going around Game Jam. So I'm not sure if there'll be a show
Billy
today.
said there was, but they're here.
Okay, cool.
Before we go, I have a question. I don't know if it's a quick question or a small one, but I'm trying to put NFTs into a frame in World, and NFT storage isn't working. Does anyone have a quick alternative? Scott has a thumbs up.
Besides just not doing it.
It's giving me a 404, not their tab. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe someone will slide into the DMs and be like, okay, so what you're doing wrong is that you're putting a Q here instead of a C.
Maybe. I mean, I'm just clicking at the historical, like, the way that it's always worked for me. And it's like telling me page not found, it doesn't exist, or it's been moved. And so I don't know, but I can, yeah, I can figure it out, or DM me if you got it. But otherwise, Scott and Billy, oh, Scott's coming up. I was going to say, if you guys are doing ABC, we can pin something up to the top, but we'll just ask Scott as he gets here. Hey.
Hey, how's it going? You could use Arweave, AR, and then Weave, WEAVE. Or you could use, I think it's called like Web3. I'll have to look for it because I've only used it periodically when NFT storage doesn't work. But yeah, there's a couple of solutions, and I'll just send those to you offline. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Are you guys doing your space today?
Not that I know of, but I better go to. You know what? While you guys are still on here, let me just hop over to our Discord server real quick, check, and I'll let you guys know. Hold on.
I did see him in the Discord server too. That's why I was like kind of like thinking, are they having
I
another
think
one?
Billy left and said he's going to get ready, so that's what I thought. But you know what? I'm alone with Mosca's like talking to the wall over. No, Mosca's talking to Mox.
I don't know, but Billy told Toxic and me that if we want to rejoin again today at our midnight, which means now, we can. So
Well, we're actually
I mean,
we're actually at ABC right now. There are people
Are
here.
you? Because I think there's also a closing party right now, right? Or is that later?
I don't know. I follow just the the stream.
Yes, there is. I unfortunately will not be there because I made other plans because we had it last night. So definitely go to the clubhouse. minus 31, minus 27, and have fun.
And we know you're eating something, Scott. It's time to eat, right?
I'm having a delicious sandwich from Panera. It is the chicken and bacon ranch sandwich. Very good.
Num num num. I want a panini really bad.
Me too. Now a quick panini, you know?
well, well, thank you for coming up, Scott. Good to hear. Anything you would like to leave us with before we close out the space and head over to ABC?
There's over 90,000 parcels in Decentraland, and we can't possibly see them all on our own. So if you know of a new and exciting place in Decentraland, please drop us a line. We'd love to tour it with you.
Thank you, Scott. I I guess my final thoughts are thank you everyone for being here and sticking it out for the last 5 hours. I forgot that we started late today at 1 p.m. Eastern. Um, but yeah, this has been an awesome conversation. Lots of conversations as always, and and a lot of you did stick by for a majority of the time. So, I mean, I really appreciate it. This week on Beyond the NFT, we will be hosting our friend Al Backwards. Uh, he will be coming on the show, and we'll be talking about the music he's been producing, as well as like maybe even the video content he's been making as well. I think he's been getting into even producing music videos with his friends. So should be fun to catch up with him. It's been a while. I do miss him. Uh, and let's see, Wednesday 6 p.m. Eastern. Odd Job and I will be hosting our 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 weekly Decentraland related Farhouse space on Farhouse, which is a Web3 Twitter Spaces, basically, for any of you that don't know. If you would like to get access to Warpcast in order to be able to use Farhouse, just DM Scott or myself, and we'll get you we'll get you started, and send you over any info that you may need. So yeah, I think I have everything, and yeah, we'll be back here next week. And take it away, Kanessa.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot and force you to, instead of answering not publicly, are you gonna try to get any of the games that were at Game Jam or Game Expo on Beyond the NFT? He hint 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 hint.
I mean, I want to, but I'll have to see. I'll have to see how I can weasel my way into their DMs.
I think just yeah,
you know,
I think the Chibi people, those people were like super easy to talk to, and like they were there the whole kind of like the most I saw out of everybody. So I don't know. I think that I want, yeah, that'd be so cool if you did that. So that's, sorry, I'm like
um,
forcing you.
I want to get Kmon on
Yeah.
and Hachi as well.
Can you get Umberto Canessa Circe on here?
Uh, Male version of
I don't
you.
know. His name is Umberto Canessa, and he's from Camon, and I just like do like just saying Umberto, but beyond that, like I don't know. I'm like low key thinking he's actually related to the person that I named my dog after 25 years ago and took the name, and so there's a little bit I'm like cringily like hiding, also thinking like, oh my gosh, this is where I am exposed as an absolute weirdo, but maybe not. Maybe not.
What
So
was it a book? Was it a book I
oh,
think.
it was the story of Alive, the people, yeah, the Uruguayan rugby team that walked through the mountains,
Ah,
and Roberto Canesso is one of the people that survived. So I'm thinking it's a relative of his, and feeling like I'm such a weirdo,
okay.
which I
I
am.
see. I see.
But I,
I mean, it would be like it would just it would show you how small this world is. If it really is like He's like, oh yeah, that's my cousin, or that was my grandpa, or something, you know?
Yeah. That. Oh gosh. I mean, I'd be like hiding. I'd be kind of mortified. Like I was very much obsessed with the entire story, and like, but you know that's fine and all when it doesn't actually hit reality. But then when you're like, oh my gosh, these were real people. Like I should, yeah, probably try to be normal. But huge part of my life. Like, yeah. So, anywho, yeah, get him on the show.
I'll try.
I'll go
I'll
crawl
try.
under my rock now. My cringe is showing. Okay, we're gonna end this show so I can like save myself from further like not even embarrassment. It's just like, yeah, just weirdness, and head over to ABC's. So thank you everybody for being here today. Appreciate you all. Great conversations, and hope you have a good week. And thank you anybody that can help me like with the NFT.